she walks to the sea. She looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. To the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. Walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes goes. Oh, but he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see.
Ross, is it?
Hey, we're live. Okay.
Hey, cool.
Carrie.
Hey, what's
Is that
up?
your name?
Yeah, that's my name.
Oh.
That's actually just a bit I do.
Okay, you weren't actually confused?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Hey, we're live streaming.
Yeah, we're live streaming. So what we're going to do today, well, first of all, everyone who's watching doesn't know that there are 5 very politely silent people off to my left.
Very talented, technologically savvy people.
If you saw them, you'd be like, they're so attractive. They're so smart.
What are they doing
doing
out
such
of
a good job. They're
the
so
lights and the
quiet.
camera? Yeah.
Yeah. But this isn't our normal setup, our normal place, but we are going to do basically our normal workflow.
Yeah. The main difference is that your cats are not wandering around the table trying to, is Golly secretly hiding somewhere?
No,
Okay.
no, she's not allowed here because she's a cat. It's like, okay.
Let's see. I'm just double checking that we're recording. Yes, we are. Okay. Levels look good.
Good.
This is usually the first thing is like, okay, say loud things. Now say silent things. Actually, I think I'm a little too...
Okay. So the flow of this, the rhythm of this, think of HGTV, take a little off the top.
You keep
A little slower than that.
You keep saying HGTV.
I
That's
wanna keep
home
the
gardening television.
Yeah.
Do they do a lot of shows like this where people just sort of like show their process?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the rhythm of HGTV is like, I'm going to sand a board now. Would you like that to be your evening? You can watch me do it.
That sounds a little ASMR kind of thing.
Yeah, it hits that note.
Yeah.
It's like it's what you watch because you're like, I'm like a little half stimulated, so I want to have my mind on something, but
Yeah.
like I'm not going to dinner.
Okay.
That's when you watch HGTV.
Okay. Yeah. No, this sounds good.
Yeah.
I've never owned cable, but now I have like most of the streaming services.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not on those, right?
You've never owned cable?
Never. Like my family's never owned cable. My grandparents had cable. So I remember in my like middle school, teenage years, I'd be like, ooh, I get to watch MTV now when no one's around.
But now it's like on everything. Cable's on everything. No?
Yeah, just I
know
don't pay for
anything.
I get the internet only
Okay,
package.
yeah. So right, you skipped right over the
Save
concept of
a few
cable.
bucks so I can afford all
So
these streaming
These
services.
are totally unfamiliar to you.
So-
You're like, what the fuck is this?
Well, yeah, this is a XLR cable, very different from a coax cable.
You can't see cable. Can't hear pitches. Can't see cable.
I'm just gonna wildly look around because I don't know which camera's
Yeah, we
active.
don't know which
but
camera.
yeah.
I love
well,
it.
actually, that one has a red light, so I guess that's
yeah,
active.
probably.
These people are pros up back here. Anyways,
Probably.
so it takes
If
us a
they're
long time
there.
to get started because this is pretty much what we do.
Yep.
We
talk.
We
for
talk a
while.
lot. Yeah, we've
okay.
got 5 hours to make an episode.
Yes, we can totally do it. We may break to eat. We may break to talk. We may take a shit.
Yeah,
Maybe.
you pointed that direction. Is that where the restroom is?
Hope so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing nods of yeah. Okay, thumbs up. Yep. Okay.
Oh yeah, we are at Drew Spears Productions.
Yeah, Drew Spears Productions. Here in lovely Los Angeles.
That's also my husband's name,
Mhm.
Spears. But that's just a coincidence.
Yeah, for all your production needs, they can set up video recordings, stage, live events.
It's true.
They do it all. We just showed up, and
So they don't have.
so they don't have to, but they did.
Almost,
They
yeah,
did.
yeah.
They had to.
Okay, so should we look at? We still have to do a tiny bit of research before we record, right?
What
are you
my
saying?
coworker just said, watching Ross live.
Hey,
Chris.
Oh no, this is gonna be happening the whole time.
I'm sorry, you asked me a
okay.
substantial question. What was it?
We have to do some research before we start, so we need to read.
Oh, okay. Or
A
we
thing.
could do it when we get there.
We could.
That's the magic of podcasting. We could just
yeah. Do you want to do that? What do you prefer?
What
do you prefer?
I'd say let's do it when we get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to move my chair over.
We have a government report to read together. See, this is the exciting content that we bring to you.
HGTV.
Live. Watch people read. Oh, you've got look at your colorful socks. These are fun.
Thank you.
I think everyone should see your socks. Yeah. Good.
They actually match.
Yeah. Is that unusual?
Oh, yeah. I don't try to match my socks.
Okay. Do you try not to match your socks?
No. I just usually, I can't believe that many people get up in the morning and spend time thinking about making sure their socks match. It just seems like a waste.
This is another side, and we're not recording the podcast yet, so we can't use any of this. But
yeah.
I remember, I don't know why this really stuck with me, but I was at a conference where George Harab was hosting, and he asked fun questions of all the speakers, so you can get this kind of comparative profile of all the people talking. And one of the questions was, do you put on like one sock and then the other sock and then shoe, or do you put on sock, shoe? And I was like, what kind of monster would do that? Yeah.
Which thing?
Put on, see, maybe we've already learned something. Sock, shoe. Okay, I would only do that if like I were like balancing, like I'm afraid of stepping on some wet cement, or I just dried a foot from the shower and I need to like.
Look how clever I'm being. It's out of order.
But otherwise, and now that just every time I go to put on my socks and shoes, I think about that person. Who is that person who puts on?
The person who poorly systemizes. Doesn't think in terms of grouping. You got to group your behaviors. You want to do them quickly and well.
Yeah. You kind of segment. You do the one thing and the sock thing, and then you do the shoe thing.
Yes.
Well, if any of you are watching, out yourselves in the chat. Yeah. Oh, we need to move. Oh, you need to come in.
Oh, I need to come into my mic. Okay.
Or more center frame. Oh, okay.
Maybe closer to the computer. Okay. That? Okay.
That's another thing too.
I'll try.
Usually we're kind of like facing each other, because then it's easier to see each other's
That's true.
reactions.
That's true. We're usually at my house.
Yes, sometimes at mine, but usually at yours.
Yeah, sometimes at yours.
What would you give that? Like 90%, 10%?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Something like that.
Maybe even 91.
Yeah, you're right. That's absolutely right. Okay.
All
right. So another thing that I love to do is put off recording as long as humanly possible, because you can always prep more. So I'm now like super nervous about this, but I guess that's part of why we're doing this live, is that we can kind of stumble along, rephrase things. I've become way too reliant upon that, like the ability to like, oh, I don't like how I said that sentence, I'm just going to restart it right now. Whereas we couldn't do that in a live show.
Oh, true. But this isn't a live show.
Okay.
It's just our friends, the members who happen to be in the room.
Oh, that's right. Should we mention, so we've talked about where we are, that we're in the studio.
Yeah.
And what should people know about what's behind? There's lights. There are 4 lights. No,
well,
actually,
this isn't where we're usually recording, but yes.
I don't know, just so they can picture the
place.
There
are 4 lights. That's true.
There's more than 4 lights. It's a Star Trek reference, but
good context. Another context is that it's Max Fun Drive.
Yes, that's more important. Max Fun
There's
Drive.
4 lights. It's Max Fun Drive.
Yeah.
So Max Fun Drive, of course, is the part of the year when we ask people to give us money. So that's why we decided to do this now, but now we're going to ignore you.
This was your idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I
mean, I feel like people always want to see our workflow. They always have questions for us about how we get our work done. So
I'm into it.
Might as well let them.
Okay. Well, we're recording here. They're recording there. So
okay, and I'm comfortably positioned.
Okay. By the way, I have the Contact in the Desert program. If you need it, maybe I'll leave it in the center here. You can use that for now. Okay. You want to kick this one off?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is all right. We don't need to do a sync clap because we're not doing this over Zoom.
Oh right.
We do. Let's do a moment of silence just so we have it. Good room tone.
Nice.
Okay.
Hello, welcome to Ono, Ross, and Carrie, the show where we don't just report on fringe science, spirituality, and claims of the paranormal. No way, we take part ourselves.
Yep, when they make the claims, we show up so you don't have to. I'm Ross Blotcher.
And I'm Carrie Poppy. And I'm Carrie Poppy. And we are coming to you from Drew Spears Productions.
Yeah, this is a live show, so you could see...
Nope, not a live show.
Well, okay. Touche. It is people are watching us live as we are recording this. You are listening to a far more refined version of this. But if you want to go to YouTube, you can find the original messy version.
Yeah.
In all its hours and see our process.
All our stops, all our starts, all our corrections.
And it's Maximum Fun Drive. So we'll be telling you about that this episode because it is the best time to support the work that we do. The Maximum Fun Network, all the amazing people that work for Maximum Fun.
Oh, yeah, we're going to have to break into all the Maximum
That's right.
breaks, aren't we? All right, yes, yes.
Maximum Fun Drive.
Good, that's right. We'll break into all those. Good. Yes, so today we are especially going to be talking about Daniel Sheehan.
Daniel Sheehan, yeah, the lawyer, activist who speaks on behalf of the UFO inclined.
And
the alien community.
And the people.
And the people, yeah.
His autobiography is called The People's Attorney.
Oh, that's good.
Is it?
Well, now you've made me question it. I feel less certain of it being good, but it felt good at first.
I saw it and I was like, I've heard that before. The People's Attorney, that's some other guy. And then I go and I Google it and I'm like, oh, right, this is a thing that every single person says about themselves if they're a lawyer.
Yeah, okay. But we're going to be talking about him in context of Contact in the Desert.
Yes.
Which is a conference that we've been to before back in ye old 2017.
That was the first time we went, yeah.
Yeah, and it was out... There are motorcycles going by. And that was out in the desert at the Institute of Mental Physics, which I just like saying. So I'm bummed we didn't go back there.
Yeah, they have moved Contact in the Desert. It's still technically in the desert.
Right. Now it's like at a posh resort in Indian Wells, California, which is about the same distance from where we are. So if we got in a car right now and we're like, let's go to Contact in the Desert, A, it's not happening right now, but B, we'd have to drive like 2.5 hours east. Mm-hmm. And we'd be getting pretty close to the Salton Sea where I did that flat Earth
test.
Yeah.
Where you proved the Earth was flat.
Yeah. You can't do it, Carrie. Just can't prove it.
I remember that.
Not to everyone's satisfaction. But then Joshua Tree is like 50 minutes above that. So
and Joshua Tree is where Contact in the Desert is
used to be.
It was held. You're right. It was held.
And that was the same resort where we had gone for the holotropic breath work.
One of my favorite events we've ever done.
Yeah, which, funny enough, is going to come up in this investigation.
Oh, good.
When you're least expecting it.
Oh, as holotropic breathing does. Maybe we should do a couple of minutes of holotropic breath work when it comes up.
Okay, just like lie down flat behind the table.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll start feeling something. It happens fast.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's wild. I'm surprised I don't try to do it more, though. It does seem like something you should do with supervision.
I think it's probably fine if you do it for a short time. Wouldn't do it for 3 hours like that one lady, though.
It's one of those Wim Hof actually is very related because there's breathing exercises involved, and Wim Hof does so much stuff underwater that people are like, I should do this near water. Bad idea. Don't do that near water. That's how people die.
Yeah. People die in water.
Mm-hmm. Dihydrogen. Oh, wait, what is it? Dihydrogen.
H2, dihydrogen monoxide.
Wait, H2O, H2, dihydrogen dioxide. That would be H2O2. That'd be hydrogen peroxide. Never mind. Yes. But the scare thing is dihydrogen monoxide, and they're just finding a funny way to say H2O. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. My brain is, I've wrapped my brain around it now.
So this is what gets cut out.
Yeah. That's right. I can't sound like an idiot. Remove this. Where were we? So anyways, missing the old location. And the old location had a very different feel because you're getting dirty. You're waking up and walking around and tracking sand everywhere.
Yeah.
So you really feel like you're in the desert.
Yeah, and it's like all these old buildings and really quirky, and maybe this building's toilet doesn't work. You gotta love it here. But this time they had it at one of these swanky hotels with no personality where they charge you $400 to eat a veggie burger.
Oh, yeah, that place was really expensive. And the expression. We had signed up. I bought my single person ticket for $230.
Wow.
Yeah.
I bought mine. Oh, yeah. Something weird happened with mine.
Yeah. So you had said, I got a couples ticket because Drew Spears, maybe related to Drew Spears Productions, was going to come along with us and attend as well.
Yeah.
And so you said, well, I got the couples, the pair admission.
Yeah.
So you save a little bit. And then
we're in love.
I was looking back through old texts on our 3-person chain, and you said something weird happened. They don't have any record of us whatsoever having signed up, but they very kindly offered the original price.
Yeah.
Rather than charging you the door price.
Yeah, I don't remember how or why this happened, but a similar thing happened at the butterfly exhibit at the National Natural History Museum recently.
Oh, yeah?
And I can't think of what the common denominator between these experiences could be.
That you were convinced that you had purchased it and then it was not there waiting for you.
And obviously, like, they had done something wrong. And then another time, I go to the haunted hayride in Los Angeles.
Where my son works.
And I meant to order 4 tickets, but I'd ordered like 16.
What's going on?
I don't know, but it feels like a lot of these websites don't work very well, Ross.
Yeah.
And
poorly built.
I don't know what the problem is, but they really should fix websites all over LA.
But I mean, compared to the Conscious Life Expo, this is kind of a steal, cost-wise. And
Conscious Life Expo can. Yeah. Okay. So wait. Well, tell me the numbers again. Tell me.
$230 just for me.
$230 just for you, and that because Conscious Life Expo, when you get the really high ticket item, it can be like $600, huh?
Yeah. I got like the full access pass.
That's right.
Last year, and this year I got a little smarter. I saved some money and just actually looked at all the talks and picked the ones I was going to go to.
Got it. Okay. So we are referring now to Contact in the Desert. That's where this talk happened, not Conscious Life Expo. So Contact in the Desert. But Daniel Sheehan has gone to both places.
Right.
We've run into him before.
So I've heard him give lectures both here, Contact in the Desert, and Conscious Life Expo. Will be primarily talking about the Contact in the Desert experience. But I think it says something to just kind of the regular crowd that shows up at these UFO alien conferences, UAP, whatever you want to call it. It's like the same group, and they're fungible. They move around. So you've got, they were sending us emails, tons of emails in advance saying, A, will you be a volunteer? But B, we just got Linda Moulton Howe. And then, B, will you be a volunteer? And then, sorry, that was B. C, will you be a volunteer again? And then D, hey, we've got, they had George Norrie, Nick Pope, Clyde Lewis, Richard Dolan, Paul Hynek, Caroline Corey.
Oh, woman!
Oh, she's so cute. Isn't she just adorable?
She is so.
I'm Jimmy Church.
So beautiful. She's just so beautiful.
Andrew Collins, who was at your lunch. Actually, a lot of these people were at your lunch. Graham Hancock, Adam Apollo. This one's a great name. Johnny Enoch.
Oh, yeah, that's a good name.
And of course, who would never miss a conference like this?
Whitley Strieber?
Oh, he has definitely been to he will be at this year's Contact in the Desert. He wasn't that year, but the guy that we see at everyone, he's usually introducing people if Jimmy Church isn't doing it.
Is it Alan Steinfeld?
That's right.
He
was there too. And Seth Shostak was at Contact in the Desert.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, I'm listening to this like I wasn't there now. Oh my God, Seth Shostak.
Was he there? Yeah, remember you talked to him?
I had a really meaningful interaction with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool.
Oh man, what a great guy. This could just be the Seth Shostak Appreciation Podcast.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to his panel and we'll talk about him.
Okay, fun fact just for people watching the live stream, I'll cut this out, but I did once interview Seth Shostak at a different conference, and it was just I didn't have my game. It wasn't a great interview, so I never released it.
Oh, I remember you telling me this.
Yeah,
that's so funny. Never.
Sorry
heard.
about that. Wasn't his fault. It was mine.
He's the guy who heads up SETI, the Extraterrestrial Intelligence Organization.
And he's brilliant. I've listened to his podcast for years. Now it's called Big Picture Science. It used to be Are We Alone? And he'll make wisecracks. He's like one of those guys who makes puns all the time. One of those people. And so you think like, oh, this guy's just kind of practical joker. But then he'll do like some orbital calculation off the top of his head, and he'll be like, "Oh, right, you're also a certified genius."
Oh, right.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll talk more about Seth Shostak.
Okay.
None of this episode. Let's not say his name anymore. Okay. So, of course, the most expensive thing is room and board. So we had to stay at the hotel next door, and thankfully they were like, because it's the desert, so things are spread out. But thankfully, there were 2 hotels right next to each other. So this was being held at the Renaissance Esmeralda Resort and Spa. We were next door at the Hyatt Regency Indian Wells Resort and Spa.
Which does have a lazy river.
Ugh, I'm so upset about this. You got to go, didn't you?
I did. I had never gotten in one of those inner tube artificial lazy rivers. And I was like, I'm doing it.
I wanted to do that, but they had limited hours. Like
limited hours. I had to miss a talk to do it. And
yeah, it
guess
was like
what?
10 to 2 or something. Like I can't do that.
It is nothing like a Goofy movie.
I love a Goofy movie.
I know, but that's what I expected. I was like, I'm going to float down a river, and then my dad's going to be there playing the banjo or whatever. And then
after today, I will have been floating.
But no, it's just a bunch of children, concrete, probably urine.
And chlorine to counteract the urine.
Yeah, chlorine. Anyway.
All right.
Not worth it.
Yeah, well, you made me feel better about having missed it. Thanks.
Good.
Okay. So we were originally going to be there for 3 days of the conference, but we had to cut it short because I had a work event. So we were there all Friday, all Saturday. And Friday we were there, ready, bushy-tailed, got in at 8:45 a.m. to sign in. And when you walk into this place, it's this giant, this is where I'm supposed to pull up pictures and show them to you. This might be odd with our setup, but I'll try it. I'm going to try it. Oh, yeah.
I can see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Should we be trying to share these? Let's see here. Contact in the desert. Photos. There's your lazy river.
Oh, yeah. There she blows.
There's a parking lot. Very exciting.
Can we get this up on the thing if they want to? Is that possible?
Should we try to do that?
Should we try to get the photos up on the... Oh, okay. If it's that much.
During a break, we'll pull up photos.
Okay. Not now.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, but as long as you can see. Oh, yeah. As you walk in, they have a very long disclaimer telling you that you could be recorded. There's nothing you can do about it. If you don't like it, get the hell out of here.
When I see this, I'm like, hell yeah, great.
Oh, yeah.
Because
I hope I show up in your footage.
Oh, okay. I just think, now there's an implied contract between us that I can record you as well.
Oh, that too. Absolutely. Though there's a later... Wait for it.
This is a hot tip I've got for people who are worried about being recorded. Like, if you're out in public and someone is recording you and that skeeves you out, also record them.
Oh, okay.
Also record them. Like, I've heard so many stories where people tell me that something like that happens, and then they're like, and now I don't have it and I can't get the tape from them. And I'm like, create your own tape.
Yeah. No, good reflex.
Yeah.
So after getting out of the lecture, I noticed there's a big sign that says, absolutely no filming of presentations. Failure to comply may result in removal from the event. Thank you for your cooperation. I read it that way because it's all in bank Gothic font, very blocky. But yeah, like you say, you've already kind of told us that that filming is happening, that we are in a public environment, which kind of makes recording laws clear. Like it's understood public event. But also, if someone's like shooting a spoon bending documentary, as they were when I was like at that spoon bending workshop. I love knowing that I'm on camera at some point. Hopefully I'm going to show up in a spoon bending documentary, and maybe a few people will be like, Is that Ross? That's Ross, isn't it? Anyways, this auditorium is just gigantic. This atrium for the hotel.
Yeah, that's right. You walk into this big, atrium's the word. Lots of floors above you. You can see everybody coming out on their balconies in this hotel. And
they've sold the design for Contact in the Desert, and they have these 3 posters that are like over 4 stories tall that are hanging there. And they've got kind of past, present, and future. And they're images that link together. So on the left, you've got this Moai statue, like from Rapa Nui, Easter Island. And he's got like galaxies above him, star clusters. But then you've got in the center, you've got this big spaceman, person in a spacesuit, and the Earth behind them, and then a UFO above. And then on the right, you've got this futuristic alien that looks like the iRobot. Then you've got this futuristic robot that looks like the iRobot design, and there's like some weird kind of code-looking interconnected lights above it.
Why do I think of Star Wars when I look at that guy on the right?
I mean, he's like vaguely like a C-3PO kind of robot.
Not a stormtrooper.
Oh, you're right. Actually, if you had a C-3PO stormtrooper, it would look much like that. Well done, Carrie. Yes, I believe that deserves some applause.
Star Wars reference.
Carrie makes them all the time. It's hard to stop her. I cut most of them out. So
I just love it so much.
So registration is to the right, and I stood in the wrong line for a long time, but then finally got my bright green wristband, and then I encountered you. You were just coming in at the time.
Oh, hey, CE5. You just flipped over a photo of CE5, which came up in our last episode.
Yeah, because we were talking about Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind and kind of the special definition of that
Stephen
Greer has given the term, and now he has an app. And as I was looking back through the program, I was like, oh, I totally didn't even notice CE5 was already on the menu.
Yeah. Oh, man, I wish we had done it. That's a meditation where you talk to aliens yourself. No more of this waiting around for aliens to talk to you.
Wait, and this sign, okay, it's got some of our usual speakers, including Ellen Steinfeld and Caroline Corey. And JJ and Desiree Hertalk. I've been to a lot of their talks, but never covered them on the podcast. Anyways.
Wait, are they calling him doctor in that photo? Alan Steinfeld, doctor? Or is it Alan Steinfeld, doctor, or whatever's on the last line?
Valverde?
Okay,
Valverde. I'm gonna guess that it's incompetent typography. I'm going to guess that it's incompetent layout, and that you're right, that the doctor belongs to the person on the next line.
That sounds right.
They're like, oh, but we got to have that jar shape. It can't be jagged. Anyways, this is interesting, though. It says CE5 and HICE. HICE? What does that stand for? Hold on. Got to look this up.
Okay.
Yeah, you work on what you think it could.
5, high intelligence. Yes. High intelligence contact emergence.
Close. Human initiated contact experiences. Okay.
Contacts in there, good.
That seems to be Stephen Greer's new grift, and I don't feel any problem calling his activities grifts.
Okay. I don't know much about him. Getting
people to start their own contact with aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I don't say hi to you for long because I am on my way to the Daniel Sheehan talk.
Yes.
This lawyer that we're talking about, a.k.a. Danny Sheehan.
Yes, that's what Linda Moulton Howe calls him.
Everyone goes back and forth between Daniel and Danny. But I have to find my way to the Endeavor room, and oh man, what an endeavor. The maps in the back here. This place was so confusing, and it took me a day to figure out that this map was rotated 90 degrees from what I had in my mind.
Oh, interesting.
And yeah, the lady told me the directions, and I asked 2 more people, but I did finally get there, and it was standing room only.
Oh, okay. So I was going to ask, this is the first talk you go to. It must have been important to you. What had jumped out to you from the description?
Oh yeah. Let's see. I'll read the description. So the name of the talk was The Present Status of the U.S. Government UFO Disclosure Project through AARO, A-A-R-O. And I think I just went to this particular conference wanting a little more of the hard, like, background of the crafts and the bodies. And
oh, yes.
Give me some of that. I was also really curious about like, how are they going to cover the topic of AI? Because that was on the menu a lot.
Yeah, it seems like that's all over the news and all over America's minds right now. And yeah, I didn't feel actually like there was as much talk of AI as I expected at this conference or Conscious Life Expo.
I went to, excuse me, a couple AI-based talks, and one of them really turned me off, and it just felt like a ploy, a grab, like, hey, there's this new space, and we're going to find a way to make people afraid about it.
Oh, uh-huh.
And it was very much like a fear-mongering talk, but I'll share that probably in the future. Anyway, so this one was going to be about the government's attitudes towards disclosure and projects around like revealing UFO info.
Similar to the lunch that I just had with him.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And so from the description, Harvard College, Harvard Law School, and Harvard Divinity School educated attorney. Like, wow, he went to Harvard College. Have you heard of that?
What's that?
Okay. It's a really like fancy like
nice.
East Coast Ivy League school.
Oh, nice. Really smart people.
Only the top people can go there.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really cool.
But also the Harvard Divinity School. That tells you something about
yes,
his background.
That's for the divine.
Yes. Anyways, that's how he's educated. Attorney Daniel Sheehan is uniquely qualified to update, I don't know why they had to put that in quotes, the attendees at Contact in the Desert as to the status of the U.S. government disclosure project being undertaken through AARO.
How many air quotes we got in here?
A lot. And it also has like the random capitalization of a Trump tweet.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, who wrote this copy? I don't know.
Daniel Sheehan, that's who wrote this copy.
They did not explain what AARO is, so I assume that they assume that everybody would know that it is the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office.
Oh, yeah. Everyone knows that.
We have talked about it on the podcast before, and we will be providing an update. Oh, and we will be that. Oh, I know we told the audience this. We probably haven't told these people. And we will be talking about a recent government report from AARO later. So anyways. Get excited, everyone.
A government report. I'm doing the air quotes.
Yeah.
The Daniel Sheehan air quotes.
Everything in air quotes now. And it gives more of his like bona fides, his CV, things he's done, cases that he's worked on. And it actually is like really impressive. Like this guy has had some historical import. I'm going to save that for now because it'll come up in his conversation.
Okay. Yeah, I went back through my Google Drive and looked for this guy's name and something popped up from 1993.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That I shared with you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And that will be relevant.
Okay.
Wait, was his name actually on that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're making me very aware of how many scare quotes and air quotes there are on this particular description. The word monitor the effective enforcement of the provisions.
What?
Actively undertake any and all.
And these are all his like verbs that apply to him, right?
No, it's talking about the organization that he created and what it's supposed to do. But why would you be monitoring, quote unquote, the effective enhancement
you don't want to use criticizing air quotes about your own activity. Carrie hosts a podcast.
So Ross and Carrie, we investigate. Why would you do that?
It downplays what you're doing.
All right, I'm going to stop focusing on that, but it is a good question. So yeah, like I said, it was completely full and it was 5 minutes before it was starting. And it was like, the first conference of the day, usually that's going to be lowly attended. You've got like 12 people sit anywhere, but there were about 100 seats and they were all full at that point. And so I started filling into the left and there was a standing room only crowd and along the back as well. So I think we crammed at least like 130 people in that room.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. And to the point where it was one of those situations where I'm leaning up against the wall and I'm kind of near somebody, but then someone comes up real close to me. So then I have the space between us and now I don't have enough personal space on either side.
Sure.
And then someone comes to sit at my feet and it's like, now I'm boxed in and I'm standing up. This is going to be an uncomfortable hour and a half.
Yeah. I'd leave.
This is the work we do though. Yeah. It's a lot of people. Okay, but Danny's not here just yet. Instead, there's this woman who comes up in a blue dress, and I feel like I did a lot of work trying to figure out who she was at the time, and now I can't.
Monica Lewinsky.
I think I would have noticed that.
Blue dress.
Yeah, I get the reference. Yeah.
Blue dress.
There you go.
Do you remember?
Yeah, are we drinking to that? Is that what's happening here? Blue dress, am I right?
No.
If I ever knew who she was, I have no idea now, but she's a blonde woman.
Monica Lewinsky?
Monica Lewinsky's not blonde.
Oh, I thought you didn't know who she was.
In her late 60s or early 70s. And she was very high energy, and you could tell she had strong opinions, and she was just a fun person to introduce this. Also, like, you could tell she had like Sarah Connor muscles, like she's like super ripped and had like muscles kind of popping out of her skin.
Oh, cool.
Sort of thing. Yeah. Which actually is funny, considering one of the first things she said is, "Oh, can we bring in an extra chair for Danny Sheehan's wonderful, amazing wife, Sarah? Can one of the strong men go to another room and bring us an extra chair?" And I just thought, is that necessary?
Yeah, you didn't need to gender it.
I mean, look how buff you are, lady. You could pick up a chair, no problem.
Gendering was not necessary.
I could probably be sitting in the chair.
And then you were like, I'm not going to help. Just to prove to you women can do anything.
I'm for women's empowerment. You do it. Yeah, exactly. Also, I'm boxed in already.
Oh, right.
Also, she's making me more interested in her because she told us, well, it's okay that everyone can't. Oh yeah. She also invited like some of us to come sit up in the front, and no one wanted to do that.
Oh, okay.
Guess maybe I should have.
Yeah.
But then she was saying, hey, it's okay. Dr. Mercola says that it's great to stand for long periods of time when you're at a conference. I was like, oh, great. We're already quoting Joseph Mercola.
Yeah, the
like
natural news guy.
One of the internet's chief quacks.
Yeah. Bad source of information.
And then she checks, like, how many people is it your first time at a contact in the desert? There's a lot. And Danny will speak to this, that the movement is seeing some growth.
Oh, okay. So are they getting a bigger turnout than they were in previous years?
That seemed to be the implication that I got throughout the course of the conference. That, like, this is a good year. Okay.
Yeah. It's hard to tell once you switch locations.
Yeah.
But comparing it mentally to the last location, I didn't have a sense of growth in terms of population.
Boy, and we've lost some specific people from the last contact in the desert in 2017. There's no Fat Wilcock joint.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't there. Boy, that guy, what's going on with him?
Oh, yeah.
Is he out there?
He's been ostracized by the community now.
David Wilcock?
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
Oh, yeah. Like, there was a whole big blow up connected with him. And, okay, I don't want to get into this yet.
The Crimson Eagle?
No. Oh, that would be interesting. No, slightly different circles. Okay. But Corey Good.
Oh, okay. I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can believe that.
So they kind of went down in flames together. And I
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's talk about that in the next episode.
That's a very interesting story and kind of the thing most present in my mind when I left. Carrie's been handed a message.
I've been handed a message.
Yes.
To go to break when we can so they can adjust some audio.
Should we go to break?
Yeah, should we just go to break?
All right, we're going to go to break.
Yeah, okay.
Hey.
HGTV.
Hey.
Walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each one she passes goes. Oh, but he watched her so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at he smiles, but she doesn't see. To the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each one she passes goes. Oh, but he watches so sadly. Tell her he loves her. Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. walks to the sea. She looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool.
Hey, we're back. All right. So, we got an update on our Max Fun Drive numbers. So this is so cool. Max Fun's been giving us like live data now.
Yeah, like every 10 minutes or something.
So about when we started this whole shindig, we were at 664.
Let's see, at 12 p.m., we were at 659.
Okay.
59.
59.
And now we're at 679. Hell yeah.
Thank you so much to everybody who is joining, boosting, upgrading, as I think it says in my handwriting at the bottom of the screen here. So please join MaximumFun.org/join.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So we can keep doing this. Okay. So we were talking about, we're calling out man, grab a chair. Yeah, I don't know.
Where were we? Okay, we were talking about, well, you had
the ladies introducing.
Oh, yes, so. Yes.
Yeah, hopefully didn't miss any other transitional point there. Okay. But before she brings on Danny, she says, why don't you make some friends with each other? Which, yeah, is nice. It feels like being at church again.
Yeah.
Like that little moment, like go around, shake each other's hands, make some new friends. So we chit chat, with all the people we're uncomfortably boxed in by. And
did you learn something?
Yeah. Well, there was a guy standing next to me and he asked one of those kind of disarming questions, like Linda Moulton Howe asked you. Not quite that disarming, but he said, hey, which talks do you come here for? I was like, oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I guess I'm kind of here for like the hard science stuff and the craft and the metal artifacts and that kind of stuff. And he said, oh, okay. And I said, what are you into? And he said, I really love contactee talks and experiences. And I don't think I asked him if he was one. That would have been a good question. But he mentioned Bud Hopkins.
Okay.
Who always comes up, that guy.
Yeah. The writer and hypnotist.
Man, certain people can have so much effect.
Influence.
For ill or good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So go out there, make something in the world, but make it good.
Is Bud Hopkins dead? Yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
Believe
I'm
so,
saying
too.
that
Or
very
we would have
confidently.
seen him by now. I mean, really, I bet we would have seen him by now.
I was saying,
he must be dead.
A listener was just emailing about Richard Hoagland and the guy who came up with the face on Mars hypothesis.
Oh, right.
And I was like, oh, he must be dead. But I looked it up. No, and he's like my dad's age. So, yeah, I thought, well, why isn't he at these conferences?
Yeah, why isn't he at these conferences?
There must be a story there. Maybe there was a falling out. I don't know. But I'm supposed to be getting ready for this episode. I should stop doing web searches about Richard Hoagland.
Well, you know what Richard Hoagland should do is
support us at MaximumFun.org/join.
Yes. And also he should get an agent that helps him get UFO affiliated talks.
I know where you're going with this.
Because we learned recently that a bunch of these people all have the same agent.
Yeah, how did you find this?
So Drew and I came across it. I can't recall exactly how. Drew, do you remember? You can tell me and I'll repeat it.
Drew
said yeah from across the room. And I said, tell me so I'll repeat it. But he rejects that instruction and is coming.
He's coming over. Oh, good. We get a live Drew.
There was a Deadline article about, like, it was weirdly featured in Deadline about people who had been joining the board. And for some reason, Deadline was reporting on the Hollywood disclosure thing as though it was a, like a movie or a deal like that. And there are some interesting names on the board.
Yeah.
And beyond that, who's to say?
Okay, so here's what done happened.
Okay.
An industry rag called Deadline reported on this Hollywood alliance of actors, producers, speakers, and so on, who believe that there is more out there and that the government is not telling us everything.
Oh, yeah. And didn't you have a friend who was included in that list?
Well, I wouldn't say he's my friend because he probably doesn't know my name. But if that's not a barrier,
okay,
then yes,
an
my
acquaintance?
friends. Michael Ian Black. I interviewed him on
comedian, right?
Bullseye. Yeah, he's a comedian. He's a writer. He's wonderful. But yes, he kind of fell in with this crowd, and then recently on his Substack, kind of wrote a kind of jokey, kind of backing off of what he had said.
But
so,
he went on TV to talk about those issues.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways,
Yeah.
Carrie,
Anyway, so
Carrie
he
sent me this like, oh, it's kind of sad to see this guy. He's really smart and funny.
Yeah, get caught up in this. But anyway, that Hollywood Alliance thing is run by this one guy, Sean.
Yeah, you sent me the website too, or Drew did, and it showed the executive board of this group.
Yes.
The Hollywood Disclosure Alliance.
That's them.
And Paul Hynek is the CFO. Interesting. A lot of the people that we just mentioned are on this list and kind of represented by this group.
And Sean West is the guy who seems to be an agent to the UFO folks.
Sean West.
So
not to be confused with Mick West, who is usually counteracting all of the evidence from these folks.
Kanye West.
Not to be
Northwest.
confused. Nope, different Wests.
None of those. Mae West.
Also no longer with us.
Wicked Witch of the. No.
That was a good list of Wests.
Thank you. No, Sean West. Anyway, so okay.
Yeah, and Daniel Sheehan is there. Yeah, and Daniel Sheehan is on the board.
There you go.
This is useless, but I'm like going to hold it to the camera. That's Danny Sheehan. We'll describe him in a bit. Yeah, fun connection you found.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the woman in blue gets our attention by like making bird noises.
What?
Like,
what?
Something like that. She wanted to get our attention, like stop talking to each other and making friends.
It's like the Jimmy Church, I have free money move.
But it's making bird
Maybe
noises.
don't send us into a million tiny conversations if you want our attention that quickly again.
I was just thinking, I really want to know more about this woman. There's a lot under the surface here. But she said she was honored to introduce Danny Sheehan. And look at this, first lecture of the morning. It's packed. He is one of the most authentic, caring, dedicated people I know.
Okay.
He's been doing this for over 50 years. He's got a beautiful wife, Sarah.
I've heard about Sarah.
We keep hearing about Sarah and how beautiful she is.
She's so beautiful. She's a friend of Jimmy's.
This woman never tells us what she does, but we know she's on her way. and we're going to make a seat for her because someone, some burly man was supposed to go get the seat for her.
Right.
So
make way.
Yeah, we're excited about
Wow.
her arrival. He's the author of the People's Advocate newsletter.
Wait, just tell me.
Yes.
Are you going to be able to tell us when Sarah comes in during this talk?
It is a moment.
Okay, good. She'd be a dangling thread in my head.
Wait for her.
Where's Sarah?
Anticipate her arrival. And she introduces like the institutes that he's been involved in and some of the cases, but again, we'll cover it.
Okay.
And we all give him a very hearty applause. And Danny Sheehan comes up, tall guy. He's got like a big. I'm trying not to use the word mop. Yeah, shock. He's got big curly hair.
Big curly hair.
Big white curly hair.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a lot of it.
It is great. Yeah, kind of Doc Brownie, but like a little healthier than Doc Brown. He's using mousse. He's using, he's taking his biotin.
Yeah, you can tell it's just somebody who has curly hair and they're not trying to fight it.
No. Yeah. Why would you?
Why would you?
Why would you?
Why would
Did
you
you
do
see
that?
Drew's curly hair?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I can see it from here.
Good.
Okay. So he starts telling us about all the other talks that he's going to be in that we should definitely check out. And he's already reflecting on what we were talking about, that this is getting more mainstream, that this used to be a real tinfoil hat kind of topic. Then
someone was like, actually, tinfoil hats, if you think about it, they're pretty good. I'm selling some over there at my booth.
Nobody said that, but that would have been great. But he was saying how there's been these big pieces of media coverage recently. And at the time he was thinking of the 2017 New York Times article that we've talked about before. Very unfortunate. Glowing auras and black money about, these, the Tic Tac video and the gimbal video, like the fast walker video and the gimbal video. Anyways, it made a big hoopla and everyone's like, oh, the government's been hiding this stuff. And look, even the New York Times is reporting on it.
Right.
Great. And then there was a 60 Minutes story. And he said, now you're seeing more and more like, normal people come into the movement.
Unlike me.
So what he wants to do is use this talk to kind of get us all up to speed with the history of how the government has interacted with this topic.
Okay. Yeah.
Super helpful. And
that's a big history.
I'll certainly have little pieces of just things that I found interesting about his presentation, like maybe new factoids I hadn't heard before. But I'm largely just going to stick with his telling. If I happen to know something is wrong, I'll make my commentary. But I just want to establish that some things might have gotten by me.
Sure.
I'm trusting his narrative largely on this. And his phone rings at that moment. And he's like, oh, that's probably Sarah, the long-awaited Sarah.
Oh, good.
And he
takes the call.
He doesn't take the call.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he knows she's on her way.
I would be impressed if he did.
Yeah, I kind of wish he had.
Yeah.
Okay, so this whole issue started. Our government and aliens being like in the same field together with our experiments of the nuclear bomb.
Okay.
It's directly related. And we've kind of heard that insinuated before.
We're, really
right.
narrowed in
August
on that.
6th is their big holiday because of the dropping of the bomb on Hiroshima and mine. Yeah, it is what it is. But what was I going to say about that?
The aliens got involved with the U.S. around then.
Yeah. So he quickly, as an aside, said, and yeah, I know we talk here a lot about ancient aliens and visitation to earlier civilizations. I'm just going to kind of leave that alone. But this modern incarnation really started in the mid 40s. And I was waiting for some loud motorcycles to go by. So he said one of the really important early interactions was told to us by Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso. And this is a name that I've heard for years, since the late 90s.
Oh, okay. I don't remember this name.
Yeah,
Lieutenant Corso?
Yeah, Corso.
C-O-R?
C-O-R-S-O.
So.
And
Costco. Close.
Yeah, Corso. Corskotopia. He had told all these stories about being kind of there and involved when the Roswell incident happened, or maybe years later. But either way, he got to interact with the wreckage from Roswell.
Okay, cool.
And then the bodies, and he told stories of seeing the bodies and, you know, where they were sent and all
Big
of that.
if true.
Yeah, and he was legitimately a lieutenant colonel, and I guess head of the Pentagon's R&D department. This is one of those details I'm kind of taking Danny's word on. But he released all of this in a book called The Day After Roswell in 1997, so 50 years after the events. So it makes you wonder, okay, how fresh is all this? How much has the memory changed? And what are your motives? But what was interesting is that Danny added a new story that I've never heard, which is that Corso was out one day by the Yucca Flats. They were doing testing, and he went out for a lunch break, and he's just wandering out into the desert, like we're all in the desert, and he finds this downed craft and a bunch of aliens, and he talks to them telepathically.
Oh.
And they tell him that his
Ross just paused, put his fingers on his forehead, and sent me a message. I didn't get it.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do it the old-fashioned way. So they were saying that they needed his help to go turn off the radar at the military base, or wherever they were, the testing grounds, so that they could escape. And I'm thinking, why would their craft not be able to regain altitude because the radar's on? Or maybe they're afraid of being detected, but that seems to never stop them on all these other occasions where we hear about craft. Anyway, I don't like the story, but at the same time, it's entertaining.
Okay.
So he goes and does it. He gets everyone to turn off the radar. And I feel like Corso is just not reliable whatsoever.
Okay. And this is
My
one
impression.
one of Sheehan's main sources. Is that why he comes up?
Yeah.
Or?
Well, I guess he gives us a date early enough that we can kind of like start this story in the first half of 1947.
Oh, I see.
Like June thereabouts.
Okay.
So then you've got this other major story, which is, and I left out an important detail about that. He didn't include that in his 1997 book. That little aside story was left on an 8mm tape for his grandchildren to see after he died. And then they heard the story about him helping the aliens
Do we have the tape?
during his lunch break. Not that I could quickly find online. So yeah, I know if it's out there somewhere. He's in plenty of interviews saying wackadoo things about personal experience. Okay.
Let's find those grandchildren.
Yes. If you are one of those grandchildren,
if you are one of Corso's grandchildren,
please support us at MaximumFun.org/join, and then we want to talk to you. Okay, so then the next big event is, this one's in June of 1947. So Kenneth Arnold was a pilot.
Remember this guy?
Yeah. So he's the one who gave us the term flying saucers. At least he said that he saw like a whole squadron of craft, and they looked like they were skipping like saucers.
Like if you skipped a rock along a lake.
Yeah, exactly. He was describing the motion, but it came to be in everyone's mind like, little tiny plates as the description of UFOs. And coincidentally, that's what people saw after that. He actually described them as being like kind of boomerang shapes almost, or crescents, I guess. Anyways, so that was another important event. And this was an interesting new thing I don't think I'd realized before, that he had published that account in Argosy magazine. And I don't know if you've encountered this.
I have, yeah.
It was one of those really popular science fiction stories of high adventure.
Yeah, I think Randy, James Randi, I think has like one short story in there or something.
Okay. Yeah, and a lot of great writers either got their start there or contributed stories. But it was interesting. Danny Sheehan characterized it as a men's hunting magazine.
Interesting.
I don't think that's right,
Okay.
but maybe at times it was.
Maybe it started that way.
And then, of course, on this timeline, Roswell, 1947. This is a huge central pivotal event for the whole UFO narrative. And so he starts going into that story a bit, and he talks about how a photographer was sent to take the photo of the debris. And this is like this famous published photo where you see, I think it was like Jesse Martell, I don't know, whoever it was, where you see an officer like standing with the wreckage of this thing. And then there's all this debate over like, oh, they had him take a picture next to the weather balloon wreckage, but that wasn't actually what it was. It was something way cooler than that because the photo doesn't look very impressive.
Okay.
Whereas other people will try to examine the things in that photo and find significance in them.
Okay.
But apparently, this is the new info that Danny shares. He says that he was approached at a conference by a guy who said, hey, I got something really important for you. You want to meet me in my room later? And he's like, yeah, I'll bring a friend with me.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. And so this guy said, okay, I think I found the original photographer who took these pictures. And look at this one.
Okay.
If you look down, you can see the officer is holding a piece of paper, and it looks like a telegram.
Okay.
Maybe if we found the negative, we could zoom in and enhance it and figure out what the telegram said.
Maybe.
So the way Danny tells it, and this is one I've got to look up and see if I can find it. Apparently, it was even featured by Dan Rather in a broadcast. So definitely want to learn more about this story. But apparently, they did find the guy. He did have the negatives. They did like a big, massive blow up. And they had just enough like consonants that they could sort of build back the phrases. And they're pretty darn sure that it says
Western Union.
I'm pregnant. No, it said...
Well, gotta take a picture.
It said something about taking the craft to Wright Field. That was like the Air Force base at the time, what became Wright-Patterson.
Okay.
And bring the bodies.
Okay.
So they got very excited about that.
Sure.
And it's an interesting story.
Uh-huh.
I'll give it that much.
Well, did you go and look at the picture and try to blow it up and see what you could do?
Well, now I will.
Okay.
So Roswell, photo, bodies, telegram. Yeah, that should do it.
Yeah.
Enlargement of telegram. Here we go at the UTA libraries. Oh, wow. Oh, you know what? This is actually cooler than I thought. Oh, it's still grainy as hell.
Okay, yep. Looking at it.
Yeah, like interesting. It's almost like over the shoulder of the guy as he's squatting and holding this. And a kind of good move on the photographer's part to say, hey, look, you're holding something, looks serious. Let me get a little photo of that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But this enhanced photo is unintelligible. I cannot make out letters on
The
this.
original photograph is at the University of Texas. Is that where you are?
Yes, I am. UTA.edu.
That is the place.
Okay.
Close up of telegram for high resolution, Ross.
Yeah. Oh, you got it?
You love resolution.
I love resolution.
Okay, here, I'm going to send you this link.
Okay.
Text it, email it?
Email.
Email it. Okay, 1 second. Send. Oh, 669 0.
6090.
690.
Hey,
wow.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Yeah. Keep it up. Okay. Wait. Did you send it to the podcast email? Mm-hmm. Okay. Just refreshing. Like a
Left
mouse, like a
side
mouse hitting the lever.
Photo.
Give me some of that email goodness.
Do you think you'll be hungry in the next 3.5 hours?
Yes.
Me too. Should we order something?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
What are you feeling like? Oh, big question. Carrie's excited by this. She's thinking of food options. Oh, here it is. Carrie Poppy, high-res UFO. Ramey memo. Oh, yes. So this is General Ramey is the guy who has the memo in his hand. or he sent it.
I'm not impressed by the resolution. I'm not that impressed by the resolution on this high-res photo.
Oh, wow. And they've done they've got multiple croppings of the note and then like multiple exposures. So maybe you want to see it almost faded out so you can get some of that low granular shadow detail.
I'm here for it.
Maybe you want it darker. And like each one of these is 77 megabytes. Okay, someone took this very seriously. We scanned it with the RScan Pro at 800 DPI. Okay, hold on.
So wait, someone is claiming that they have a conclusive analysis of what is written on this note?
Yes. Well, I mean, the way Danny Sheehan presents it, he feels confident that it says to take the remains to Carrie's holding it up. Okay.
You're telling me that says take the remains to someone? This is the high res.
This feels like an eye chart exam. The
high res.
Well, I mean, then this is, you're way zoomed in on a traditional photo. So you're seeing like, and it's a black and white. So you're seeing like all of these kind of points of, silver. Oh, I can't think of the emulsion. I can't think of the right terminology, but you're seeing, the individual grains of the photo. And, it seems like one of these things, I'm surprised they haven't, or maybe they have subjected it to like an AI evaluation.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm like,
I feel like this is so like in the low information zone.
Yes.
Where I could make it say things. Wow, it's like the visual equivalent of an EVP.
Yeah, totally.
I was just thinking that. That's wild.
Yeah, it's like you can impose your impression on this image, but I mean, maybe there's some expert who's figured out like, oh, if letters are this long, they should be verbs. And if maybe there's some of that.
Oh, shoot. On the break, we should have seen about connecting my screen to the, next break. Okay, but we'll make sure to share this because this is interesting. But yeah, I get like impressions of words and then immediately doubt them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at what I think is the clearest block of letters, the thing that looks most like letters.
Yeah.
And my brain is telling me that it says YMCA, which seems
okay. I feel like
unlikely.
If you fed a lot of telegrams of the era to an AI algorithm and then you fed this, that it might give you an educated guess.
Yeah. It might.
But that's what Danny feels was feels was pulled from it. Anyways, so then he mentions an earlier event that we've talked about on the podcast, but one that he doesn't seem too committed to. And that's this whole idea of a 1945 sighting of a downed craft. This was the one that Jacques Vallée presented on. He wrote this book.
You're holding up a book that says Trinity, the best kept secret.
With a co-author, Paola Leopizzi Harris. And yeah, the idea was that there were these two young boys who saw a downed craft and aliens, and then they had their memories of it like 60, 70 years later or something. We found it shifty at the time. And even Danny Sheehan kind of admits that this is, a lot of people think it's controversial, so I'm not going to put all my weight down on it.
That's him talking?
Yes.
Got it.
But so maybe that could even be the earliest of all of these accounts. But he says Roswell remains the litmus test for people's credibility on this topic. Meaning, like, you can kind of get someone's reaction to Roswell and feel them out very quickly for whether they get it the way he does. Now I'm using the quotes, or don't get it.
Interesting. So how would you summarize your belief in Roswell if you were sitting across from Daniel Sheehan?
Oh, I would say Roswell was a real story. You had the air balloon. I would say that the government did have a mixed response and created confusion because they just didn't want people talking about things they were doing and handled it kind of clumsily. But it wasn't until like 20 years later that you had a popular book on the Roswell incident that raised all of these issues of alien bodies and all of this additional narrative that's come to be conflated with the original telling. So there we go. That wasn't a quick response, but that's my response.
But so you don't think it's aliens?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Don't think aliens are at all necessary for that story.
What do you think Danny Sheehan would take from that?
he would say, "Oh, you're one of them."
Okay. That's the litmus test. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Guess who shows up?
Sarah.
She's here.
She's back. I believed in her. Okay. Does she have... Okay, I'm seeing two different women. I feel very confident that Sarah is
Oh, yeah, I've got a photo, but
not a brunette.
Tell me what you're picturing.
I pictured a redhead.
Okay.
Because Sarah's a very redhead name.
Okay.
And then
We have a lot of Sarah listeners.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Maybe not as many as reading glasses, but we've got a lot.
And then I
Hello to my
pictured
Sarahs out there.
a woman with white hair to match her husband's white hair.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it. She
Okay.
has, this is, I think, very remarkable. She has the same hair.
Oh, wow. She sure does. Oh, wow.
I don't know if this is useful
wow.
for you at all, but there it is.
Yeah, they could be just borrowing the same wig.
She could fill in for him.
Yeah.
Probably give the talk.
That's wonderful. Good for them.
Yeah. They figured it out.
Yeah.
They seem to have a good thing
Cut
going.
each other's hair, go to the conference. She parks the car. He begins the talk.
They can use all the same products. So she comes up and they've procured a chair for her, some muscly man, and they put it right next to the lectern where he's speaking. And it's just like slightly like to the right of him and behind him. So she's just kind of up there and if you're looking at Danny, you're looking at her, but she's not saying anything. It's just kind of weird. Like she's featured. It's just like an awkward seat placement.
Okay, sorry. Let me picture this fully. So he's up at the lectern and then she's just sort of like to the side.
Oh, yeah, like sitting right next to him. Like, where should we put her? Let's put her right next to Danny while he's giving his talk.
So she's watching from the stage.
Yeah, there's no raised stage, really. But yeah, she's just
going to sit there.
It looks like she's just looking over the edge of the lectern.
Oh, yeah, that's very strange.
So,
that's the spot for your wife who has to stand there while you make an apology to America for your affair or whatever.
Totally.
That's that spot.
That's hilarious. Yes. Pardon me. But at least he finally tells us what she does. She's the executive director of our whole operation.
Oh, okay. Meaning his nonprofit or his school that shuttered or...
I would assume... Oh, I want to hear more about that.
Oh, yeah.
I would assume the... not the Monroe Institute. That's a different one. The newer one that he... Wait... Institute. Either the Romero Institute or the New Paradigm Institute. This guy starts a lot of institutes.
New Paradigm Institute closed down.
Really?
I'm so sorry.
Wait, when?
Thank you for asking. I'll pull up my chronology.
Okay.
New Paradigm College shut down amid COVID and an ongoing property tax dispute February 8th, 2022.
Interesting. Okay, but he was calling it New Paradigm College. That might be slightly separate from his institute.
Maybe. Well, New Paradigm College started out of his nonprofit.
Okay.
They were also called, I want to say Earth Watch, Earth something, not Earth Files.
Yeah. Linda Moldenhau's got that locked down.
He does seem like one of those folks who every time he starts something new, you start a new LLC for it or you start a new nonprofit for it and you find a new building for it. And that building that's got its own tax thing. And then, this over here, that needs its own name.
Yeah, this will be an interesting story, at least what I learned about kind of how he got to his current institute. Came by the way of some fallen other groups.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Did you ever decide what kind of food you wanted?
Oh, yeah, food. Okay, here are some things that sound good.
Yeah. Drew, is this every time?
Where is he? Oh,
okay.
Okay.
He's on a call right now.
Fake chicken sounds good.
Fake chicken sounds good. Yeah,
curry sounds good.
it does. We would cut this out of the episode, by the way.
Burrito sounds
You
good.
never hear us ordering food. Never. Burrito. Yeah. Okay. So far, I'm down for all of these.
Pasta, no. Don't want it.
Okay.
No thanks.
Not going to fight for pasta.
Not into it.
Yeah.
Indian, I'd do it.
Oh, well, of course, I always love Indian.
I'd do it.
I had a little bit of Indian for breakfast, which is unusual because I don't
Wow.
normally have breakfast.
Oh, right. Okay. But if you're going to. And a potato. Any kind of potato sounds pretty good.
Oh, yeah, we were comparing potatoes before.
Yeah.
You like a French fry.
I love any potato.
Sure, I mean.
I just love potatoes. They're so good.
Yeah.
All right. What sounds good to you?
Oh, out of that?
Or out of something else?
I was thinking Thai food. You mentioned
Oh,
curry.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You want green leaves? You like green leaves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's near here.
Okay.
Just pull this up. This
is
pulling
podcasting.
This up. Postmates, right?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just let me know whatever it is. Well,
rhetorically.
we should ask the crew. Should we be picking up more food?
Let me
Okay.
just open this up here. Hope everyone's having a good work day on this Friday.
Yeah,
March
people who are joining
22nd.
from work.
Yeah. It's a nice thought. Okay. Ross, what do you want? Oh, should I send you the... Do you need the menu?
Oh,
Here, here's the menu.
sure.
We're going to order stuff. We're going to order food from Green Leaves in Los Feliz. If anyone wants to look at the menu.
Oh, look at all this. Green Leaves was my vegan restaurant. Okay, let's see here.
Okay.
Ah. Oh, cool. It's all vegan.
Yeah, it is. It is all vegan.
We got some good options here.
They have good stuff. They have good stuff.
Okay, well,
Ooh, I can get a chicken sandwich.
I'm torn between the number 1 most liked and the number 2 most liked. The yellow curry or the pad thai.
Yellow curries are really good. But pad thai I find boring.
Really?
So I don't have a good
Okay.
read on that.
A yellow curry is likely to make me nose runny and difficult podcast management. So maybe I'll stick with the pad
that's
thai.
spice sensitive.
I am spice sensitive. Okay. Yeah, what's everybody feeling?
I'm going to get...
Do you want to order and I'll pay you half, or you want me to order? Okay.
That works. I'm going to get a spicy chicken sandwich
Okay.
with fries. Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I'll get the pad thai.
Pad thai.
It looks good. It's the number 1 most liked, Carrie.
Wow.
And you tried to bring it down.
Pad thai. Would you like tofu, soy chicken, soy beef, seitan, soy shrimp, mixed veggies, broccoli, no protein?
Ooh.
Want to hear them again?
Yeah.
Tofu, soy chicken, soy beef, seitan, soy shrimp, mixed veggies, broccoli, no protein.
Soy chicken.
Soy chicken.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Would you like to add extra soy chicken, soy egg, soy beef, soy shrimp, tofu, pepper steak, seitan, mixed veggies, or broccoli for an extra charge?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything to drink?
Oh no, I'm good with water.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else want food from Green Leaves? Okay.
Oh, good. Ooh.
I've had the pineapple curry. I don't think I've had the pineapple fried rice. Yeah.
Thank you. So, do you like the pineapple curry?
Pineapple curry is really good.
All right, I'll get that.
Okay.
Ooh, pineapple curry. Yeah, that does sound good.
Yeah, Pineapple fried rice. Everyone, we have one pineapple fried rice and one pineapple curry from over there. Pineapple fried rice, tofu, soy chicken, soy beef, seitan, or soy shrimp.
Run that back. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Tofu, soy chicken, soy beef, seitan, soy shrimp. Oh, and there's mixed veggies, broccoli, or no protein.
Soy chicken.
Soy chicken.
I think I'll do a pineapple. I'll do a pineapple.
You just want a whole pineapple?
Oh, no, fried rice.
Okay, pineapple fried rice. That's gonna be much easier to order. Okay, pineapple fried rice. Do you want tofu, soy chicken, soy beef, seitan, soy shrimp, mixed veggies, broccoli, or no protein?
I'll go broccoli.
Broccoli.
That sounds good. Yeah. I think that'll mix well.
Ooh, broccoli. Yeah. No, good choice.
Okay, and then there was a pineapple curry, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, pineapple curry. One moment.
What do you reckon?
I feel like with the pineapple curry, the soy chicken's probably gonna be your best bet. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Pineapple curry. Add one to order. And is Drew around, or is he still on a call? Okay. Okay. Oh boy.
We can't order without him.
The pressure to pick the right thing. Okay.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
I've only ordered him 800 meals. Okay. Let me think. Okay.
Cara is very decisive when it comes to ordering food, so I wouldn't want to order for her because she takes a menu very seriously, and it's never going to be the same either. Like she's not like they get the same thing each time
interesting.
kind of
So she's like planning ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Aha.
Oh yeah, like she doesn't want me just to like surprise her with a restaurant because she wants to have already looked over the menu and have
Plan ahead.
Yeah.
Gotta plan ahead. You got to. You got to be open. You got to be vulnerable. You got to plan ahead.
Yeah. Life lessons.
Have I told you about that?
No.
About open and vulnerable? Oh, on The Bachelor, it's like a vocal tick that has just traveled through all of Bachelor Nation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just, everybody's like absorbing the same content over and over, so they all start talking alike.
Okay.
And then the producers reinforce it. And so, like, on several episodes a season, someone will be like, you got to be open, you got to be vulnerable. You got to trust the process.
Sounds like just towing the line of the cult definition.
Yes, absolutely. I when we're watching it, I'm like, this is a cult. It's a cult that happens for 8 weeks.
Wow.
And then ends. And the producers pick who the cult leader will be, and they say, here he is.
Okay.
Here he is. And everyone goes, okay.
I'm all for
And I
a
love
contained
it.
cult that
Yes.
doesn't end in death. Yeah.
Totally. And it's yours. It's Disney. It's ABC.
Hey, all right. Well, thank you. I'll take it.
Okay. Drew. Drew's. Okay. I know.
Ah, I see where I left off. So now, if you're watching, you'll see where like later on we'll cut back, and we've been foodling for I don't know, like 20 minutes, and next thing you know, we're just saying a phrase as if we were talking the whole time. The magic of podcasting.
That's right.
I don't know why I'm looking at that camera. That is not looking at me.
Oh, wait. Undo. Almost sent it to my house.
Oh no. For a second, I thought that was fondue, which would be fine.
We should probably wait for Elizabeth to get back.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Before we what?
Before we order.
Elizabeth's coming back.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, great.
Oh, she said she didn't want anything? Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay.
I mentioned it. If someone wants to text her just to make sure. Do you have it?
Oh, see my text to you.
Oh, we have a call sheet because we're professionals.
This place needs to have.
Oh, I'm gonna stand.
When you guys said the restaurant name, I just wanted to start singing Green Sleeves, Intrusive Thoughts.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Oh no, totally.
I think that's on
singing it.
purpose. Okay, so I can order? Did we say that?
We are reaching out.
Oh, okay.
We're reaching out.
Excellent.
Yeah, good. Nobody gets left behind.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
She's good.
Okay. Boy, that little apple cart there is totally making a face at me.
Oh, yeah. I was just about to do the same thing.
Yeah. All right, this is pareidolia in action. All right, wait. Which camera is live? I don't know what the focal length is, but
Probably this one with the. Whose picture do you have?
Here, let me focus it real quick. Oh, sorry.
Mike's just hanging out.
Oh my god. This is one of the prominent faces we see watching our podcast. All right. Yeah. Good.
I'm putting. Oh yeah, they can't hear us now. I'm putting that in my pareidolia files. I have a folder
nice.
that's just for good pareidolia images that I see.
Nice. When you did it, okay. Let me think about how to make this joke. At first, was it only 2 dolias?
Well, it would be a single dolia, right? And then it would be a pareidolia. Oh, yeah, I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
there.
it's
good.
hard. It's really hard to
Yeah.
manage the joke. Okay, so
Hey,
we
all right,
have
food's
food
ordered?
coming. Yes, okay, everyone. We have green leaves coming. Should I read out the order?
Oh, before you hit send?
No, I've hit send. This
Well,
is
it's too
just
late
for
anyway.
informational purposes for
Oh, for people watching, yeah.
yeah. Spicy chicken sandwich, pad thai, Thai iced tea. No one else asked for a drink. Pineapple fried rice, pineapple curry, chicken wrap. All vegan. Don't worry, all vegan.
Tell us if any of you were inspired to order Thai food yourself.
Oh yeah, this is all from Green Leaves if you're in LA and you want to go be like us.
I've become so influenceable. Like if someone talks about food, I'll be like, well, now I really want that thing.
Oh, interesting.
Or that type of thing.
My brother told me this story from college where I guess one time he was walking with a friend and she said, you don't like Domino's pizza. I love Domino's pizza. And my brother said, yeah, I just find the sauce too sweet. And she said, you just ruined it for me for the rest of my life.
Wow. Okay, that is
For
next
the rest
level.
of my life. That's how he told the story anyway. But I was like, I'm sorry, that's on you. If you let someone ruin your pizza for the rest of your
Yeah.
life by saying they find the sauce too sweet.
I remember I didn't eat Domino's for years because the guy who owned it, Tom Monahan, I think, he was this kind of ultra activist Catholic who started his own community called Ave Maria, and you couldn't buy birth control there.
Oh, okay.
And he's long since divested of it, but
I forgot about
he
this.
probably
This was
still
a long
gets
time
money
ago.
from it. It was, yeah, but I kind of carried this in my head for a long
Sure,
time.
yeah. Why not? There's so much pizza out there.
It's fine. It's fine pizza.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You know what's worse? Pizza Hut. You had this?
I prefer Pizza Hut to Domino's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, they're both not
You
very
know what?
good.
This is controversial in my household. My son and I love Little Caesars.
Mm-hmm.
My wife thinks it's just like garbage pizza.
Mm.
Yes? Oh, you're on my wife's side. Okay. Oh, you're.
You like Little Caesars?
It's good stuff.
Oh, okay. We have a Little
Hey,
Caesars fan
all
in the
right,
corner.
yeah.
Round Table, that's good. But I think that's only LA.
Little new muffin pizza things that they have.
Oh, the little bites.
They're unbelievable.
Yeah, we did buy some of those, and yeah, they are fantastic.
Muffin pizza?
Yeah, it's like it's the shape of a muffin, but it's just like layers of like pizza and cheese. And,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's-
Okay, so it's not like the bread's sweet and then you got
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no like muffin material. It's just the form factor
Got
of a
it.
muffin.
Biscuit.
It's always been a my son and me thing. You know, we go and buy Little Caesars, and Mom won't touch it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, clever.
She likes crazy bread. Anyways, all right, we're ready to talk about Danny Sheehan's wife again.
Yeah.
All right.
I always am.
But it's very sweet. He says, I do a lot of talking, but she does all the work.
Aw.
Yeah. And
Actually, that's kind of a bummer.
but you can, he's being self-effacing there. Obviously, they're a power team. They work together. But
We all know Sarah.
I involuntarily shout, woohoo, because I hear it on the recording. And we all start clapping for her. So I was moved. I was moved to woohoo.
You're right. You are impressionable.
Oh, great. Now I have to cut in the whole thing about us.
Oh, you can take it out.
I'll just do that. Okay.
Oh, did you know that Daniel Sheehan taught a class at UC Santa Cruz?
No, it's not my alma mater, but it's my
Could be.
place I was raised.
You could have got in. You could have got in.
I could have been a contender.
I believe in you.
Wow, he taught a class on what? Just on law?
He taught a class a few times there.
Yeah. It's a good school.
Most recent one I found, 2019, he taught a class called Trajectories of Justice, Standing Rock, Climate Change, and Trump's Potential Impeachment. Lot of topics in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued.
29 students enrolled.
He's a man of diverse interests. It's not just the alien thing.
Sure. There's JFK.
There's JFK, and there's also like kind of pro-social issues, climate change. I mean,
And the claim of this class is that it will enable the students to become experts on the potential impeachment of Donald Trump in the context of progressive American history. Too many ideas.
yeah.
Too many ideas,
Yeah,
Daniel.
what is the call for that? I guess so they could be talking heads on news shows?
Oh, that's very lofty. I figured that it was like, so,
I came on
when
your
your
show
friends bring this up, you know what to say.
Okay.
You know?
That's the opposite of lofty. But okay. I mean, there's worse things he could be teaching.
Maybe.
Okay,
Throw another one in there.
Okay, so now he breaks into a bunch of government programs. As the government does, it starts getting organized around this. And this was also around the time that you had just the U.S. military splitting into these different branches of the military. So now you've got like a Pentagon to control things, and you've got your Army and your Marines and your Air Force and your Coast Guard and your Space Force. I left one out.
Navy? Did you say that?
I didn't say Navy.
Hey.
Thank you.
That one's a color.
Oh, yeah, it is. So this top secret program that just sort of formed out of them sending important letters back and forth to each other became called Project Sign. And then in 1950, that was renamed Project Grudge. And I've heard about that one before a lot. Project Grudge.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
And they would conduct internal investigations, and it was headed by this new Air Force thing. And the and this is Danny speaking. He says that the military knew even in 1947 that these were real craft, meaning real as in something else, not human. The Russians can't do this. This is too advanced.
Aliens. He means aliens, right?
Yes. What did I say?
Oh, you said something more advanced, and I was just trying to put a fine point on it. Does he mean aliens?
Yeah, he's not saying it's aliens, but he is also saying it's
Why
aliens.
don't they just say it? Why do they do this?
Yeah, Giorgio Tsoukalos, what are you doing?
No, I mean, really, why do this? Like when we're talking about germs, we don't do this.
I guess it's that, what is it, the Bailey Mott approach where like you kind of, when you're with your crowd, you'll say the more extreme version of it, but when you're around other people, you're well practiced at kind of retreating and saying something far more sensible. And I'm just asking questions.
Our friend Stephen Bradford Long talks about that phenomenon a lot.
Okay. Yeah. It could be something like that. But this was interesting. He also said it definitely wasn't China in 1947. There's no way they could be building craft like that then. But apparently...
Okay, I ruled out one thing, maybe.
But the reason he mentioned that was because Lou Elizondo, who's been one of his clients, who's like a major name in modern ufology and this whole disclosure movement, he apparently has said that they were Chinese craft or something like that. So...
Okay.
Yeah.
But he says no.
Yeah, Danny
says
it's just
no.
weird, like, because they seem to be buddies and he's worked with him, but he's kind of publicly shooting him down.
Oh,
over it.
I see. Yeah.
Okay, so
I wonder though, with a listener less astute than, a Ross who follows you for 10 years, I wonder if people even perceive those inconsistencies, or if the speaker kind of knows, if I don't point it out, who's going to follow this. Is Ross Blocher here?
That's, I mean, and also Ross Blocher's later on going to like re-listen to this multiple times and take notes and go look up the things that you said. Yeah, fair point. And also, he's got a delivery where, like, I don't think Danny Sheehan is looking at notes. He just seems to be able to like extemporaneize. That's too many syllables. Extemporize. He seems to be able to just extemporize and like give the talk off the top of his head. And he's one of those people, and we encounter them all the time, where you can just say, Danny, talk for 2 hours, and be like, okay,
Can do.
I'm on it, and just words come out.
Yeah.
So there is kind of like a lulling effect, I think, just to how he presents things. And I bet you could miss a lot easily.
Yeah.
Okay, so then comes Project Blue Book, and I think anyone who's been into like the UFO thing for a long time, you've probably heard of Project Blue Book. So that was the major government program through 1969, and he's very down on this. The UFO community doesn't like it because they would kind of rule everything as swamp gas, or
Which is true.
searchlights or clouds or a misperceived natural phenomena. Like, they had an answer for everything. But then they released a report where they said that there were 700 objects that were unidentified. And what do we do with that? And, I immediately think, okay, yeah, sometimes you just don't have a conclusive response. It doesn't mean you think it's not natural.
Good on them for including it.
Yeah,
Good
exactly.
on them for including their negative results.
But for him, he just jumps on that like, aha,
Right.
see, they had all these things that they couldn't offer a solution to out of their creativity.
I mean, of course, I'm speculating, but let's say they left them out. What would he be saying? Probably, and they just have an excuse for every single one.
Fair point. Yeah, it's kind of a non-falsifiable position where if you've got a bunch in that category, that's on your, heads you win. And then if there's nothing in that category, well, tails you lose. That is a major component, I think, of conspiracy logic, that the absence of evidence becomes the evidence itself.
Yeah, I always think I think it was one of the flat earthers we interviewed. I don't think it was my friend Jaron. I think it was Mark Sargent.
Oh.
But one of them was saying, well, we asked them for this specific photo forever and ever and ever, and then they supplied it.
Which means it took them that long to work on it, and they made it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not happy if they give it to you, and you're not happy if they don't.
We finally Obama releases his birth certificate. Well, what took so long? And we're gonna zoom way in, and we think they cropped this and digitally modified that. Yep. There's no pleasing that mindset.
Yeah.
What you gonna do? Okay, so then after Project Blue Book, you had already these kind of unofficial groups that were just citizen organized. So they'd be looking into ufology and collecting stories. So I've heard this name before, but I wasn't aware how this fit in. This was interesting. NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, was started like in the 50s and went through the 80s. And it's just fascinating to me that the phrase aerial phenomenon was already sort of a phenomenon, because now we talk about UAP, and originally it was unidentified aerial phenomenon. Now it's unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was interesting. But apparently...
Sorry, what year they were already saying aerial phenomena?
Starting in the 50s.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because they went to UFO pretty fast then.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was just the name of that organization. And then you also had MUFON, we've heard of, the Mutual UFO Network. And
that's a group of people who report their UFO sightings and go out and investigate them to various commitment levels.
Right. Yeah. And actually at this conference, I'll meet the astronomer who reviews submissions to MUFON of new sightings.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's a pretty fun story. So he said, and I haven't looked this up at all, but he said that NICAP was infiltrated by the CIA and that they purposely...
I mean, CIA is in NICAP.
Nice, yeah.
Thank you.
Apparently they were sowing discord and, dissolved the group from within kind of thing, and no one could trust it anymore. So
okay.
MUFON
Provocateur.
MUFON then created, I guess, the preeminent organization of citizen reporters at the time. Okay, so then his next big bullet point in this timeline is Jimmy Carter.
Okay. Aw, Jimmy Carter.
And we've talked about this before.
Enemy of the guinea worm.
Yes, and we love him for it. So while he was the governor of Georgia, he had this sighting, and Danny characterizes it as a full-scale UFO that Jimmy Carter reported seeing at the time. And when I was talking with Brian Dunning from the creator of the movie, the UFO movie They Don't Want You to See, he was reporting on a story that Jimmy Carter had been seeing, and this was well documented and recorded, a release of barium gas from...
Drew?
No, not your husband. Let's see, what was it? From Eglin Air Force Base.
Oh, okay.
And it perfectly matched like how he described it, the location he saw it in the sky. Like he gave an accurate account, and it totally made sense with the physics of it and why the colors of the gas changed over the over the appearance of the phenomena. So it was kind of cool, to the point where Jimmy Carter said, "Yeah, I accept that. That's cool. That's what I saw."
So who did he report it to?
At the time, let's see. I think he actually said this. That's a good question. I thought he had mentioned that, but I don't have it in my notes. It certainly became public.
Okay.
So either he reported it to somebody or he just talked about it in interviews. He was the governor already and then became the president. So for a long time, Jimmy Carter's sighting has been a big boon to this community, but Danny had nothing to say about that later explanation. I don't know if he even knows. Maybe I should invite him to my hotel room sometime and tell him this, play the documentary for him.
He'll bring a friend.
As he should. Okay. So then he says, so then he's talking about some of his legal representation work that he does. And one of the people that he represented was McCourt, who was one of the guys that was caught at the Watergate Hotel.
Oh, okay.
And he said, because we were lawyers, we were included in a little more information than most people get about that incident. And he said it was related to the assassination of President Kennedy. If you want to buzz.
Okay.
And that got the audience all like kind of nervously excited and laughing like, oh, there's a story there. So there you go. He was trying to bring it back to Kennedy, but he didn't get distracted.
Okay, so he represented someone involved in Watergate on what side?
That's a good question. I don't recall what side he was on.
Okay. I mean, I guess you wouldn't be bragging about it if you were like, the people trying to steal the information.
Trying to defend them. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, someone's got to do it, right? So.
Oh, sure. I would think then you wouldn't be presenting it in this way.
Yeah, that's a good point. And
but I don't know.
Usually when they're listing like his list of accomplishments, that's not. Usually when they're mentioning like his list of accomplishments, that's not one of them.
True.
He told a whole story that I've heard before, that at the time under Jimmy Carter, George W. Bush was the CIA director. And apparently he wanted to do that forever and said like, this is the greatest position. I want to be like J. Edgar Hoover and always be like the CIA guy. But then Carter replaced him. And, then he went on to be the president of these United States. So what could have been if Jimmy Carter had left George W. Bush in his position. And then there was a whole story about Bush kind of getting revenge on Carter by withholding information from him.
Okay.
Which I think was related to this whole UFO thing, but I can't tell you exactly why. Okay, so now we have this. Maybe this was related. Hold on, let me check these notes real quick.
No problem.
Okay. You ready for a very weird story?
Yes.
Okay. So apparently because of this whole breakdown in communications between them, Carter was behind this order to investigate extraterrestrial life and communication with aliens, and did it through this science and technology group attached to the White House. And at that time, in 1976, Danny was a legal counsel at the U.S. Jesuit headquarters. So he was very much embedded with the Jesuits, and that gives us a little insight into his time at the Harvard Divinity School. And he said that he himself was in training for the priesthood. Like he was in consideration. There's a certain word for that. Wait, hold on, let me find that. Priest. He was a candidate for the priesthood even.
When?
Like in the late 70s. Okay, Carrie's working on this. But while he was working at the U.S. Jesuit headquarters in their social ministry office, Rosemary Chalk, who was the secretary at the NAS, the National Academy of Sciences, invited him to lunch and said...
Sorry.
Did you find something?
Yeah, but I'll tell you when you're
done. Okay. And so she said, okay, we've been tasked by the president to do these studies. Could you assist, on a legal angle? And so he kind of sent this request up the chain, hey, can we help out with this whole extraterrestrial thing that's been asked for? And the Vatican came back and said, no, you can't. And so he thought, oh, well, they just don't understand the ask. So he wrote a nice letter and said, oh, well, here's actually what this is all about. And they said, yeah, no, you can't do it. But
and this is when he's still in training to be a priest, or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he doesn't go into any more detail. Well, I guess he does later. So he's still a potential priest. Okay, let's see here.
In New York? Is that where he is right now?
Probably. Or Washington, D.C.
Late 70s, early 80s?
Some combinations. Yeah. He's talking about 76 right now. Why? Okay, well, you've got something specific in mind.
Well, I wasn't even going to bring it up because I thought, oh, it can't be the same guy.
Like when he marries Sarah? Because I'm wondering how she fits into this whole story.
Well, we'll take this out if this is wrong.
Okay.
There is a priest who was accused of sexual abuse in the Diocese of Brooklyn whose name is Daniel Sheehan, who there is no picture of, but who was ordained in 1979.
Oh.
In Brooklyn.
Oh.
And then...
It's the right part of the world.
And then...
Roughly the right time frame.
And then died in 2011. Do you think it's him?
Nope.
Okay.
He looked alive. Okay. Hey. All right.
I thought it wasn't him. But I wonder then, could it be a relation? Daniel Sheehan the same year in Brooklyn?
I don't know. It's not too uncommon of a name.
Yeah. Well, anyway, here's his picture.
I just met with my friend Mike Sheehan yesterday morning. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I can see why you'd be intrigued by that.
Yeah.
That's wild. Okay.
But okay, I thought it wasn't. It
Okay.
sounds like it wasn't. Great. Well, yeah.
Good. We ruled that out.
He's not the same guy.
He's all good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to think of a quick way to tell this.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
But because it does get weird and interesting. Okay, so around this time, now he's been rejected by the Vatican to pursue this project that he's interested in, but at this point, he's just not in that world. Now, a new Congress gets voted in, and they cut the buddy for SETI. So originally, SETI...
They what?
The budget for SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, that Seth Shostak is now involved in. And originally it was like part of JPL, and they got part of the funding from JPL. And so he was asked then at that time, again, you're a lawyer doing all these cool projects. Would you be willing to go around to Congress people and talk to them with astronauts and try to drum up support for SETI and get it funded again?
Oh.
And apparently this was effective. Like
I bet.
They reinstated the SETI budget.
Yeah. You walk around in astronaut gear, I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, got to meet astronauts, shake their hands. Sure,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
We'll fund you.
Yeah.
We were crazy. Yeah, you're telling us that's real science? Okay. Because, SETI's always been kind of one of those easy targets for politicians who don't really understand science to say, like, why are we spending money on this looking for aliens kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so now SETI's really excited and very happy. And so they reach out to him and say, hey, well, you're involved with the Jesuits. Could we get a report on sort of religious attitudes toward the idea of establishing contact with other races, aliens, extraterrestrial life?
Sure, we can combine those ideas. Why not?
And so he actually gets approval for that. And also, as part of this job, he gets to access documents from the Blue Book Project. Yeah. And so all of a sudden, he's really excited by this and like, okay, this is a cool new topic. And he's getting deep into it. And he tells the story of getting to go to this secure facility and access a room full of documents. He says it was a 20-foot by 20-foot room, and there's all these tables. They're covered in boxes. And in the boxes, he's finding this microfiche, like this film that you can scan, old system where you had these high-resolution images. So he puts it under the enlarger, and he only gets 3 microfiches in, whatever the plural is, and he finds a bunch of photos on the scanned document, and one of them is like a series of photos of this downed UFO in the snow. Mm-hmm. And okay, this is how he
downed UFO. Okay.
Yeah, like it's crashed, and you could see like it, it left like a trail. It's dug into the earth, but there's also snow everywhere.
Just my brain starts short circuiting and going like, well, it's not flying then. How can it be a UFO? It's not flying. It's on the floor. Floor object, unidentified floor object. Okay.
It's no longer a meteor. It's now a meteorite. Fix it, please.
It short circuits me.
Fair. Okay. Okay. So he sees this and he kind of panics and says, oh, shoot, I need to make some I need to make some documentation of this. And he's not allowed to take photos or anything, but he did sneak in a yellow legal pad, and he has it under his arm. So he takes that out, he pulls this thing up on the enlarger, and he traces on his legal pad the symbols that he's seeing on this UFO.
Okay.
Does he describe these symbols? Does he show them for us? No. He doesn't have visuals for his presentation.
No, he didn't even take a picture of the legal pad where he drew the thing in person?
Not that I've seen.
Okay, great. Maybe Linda Moulton Howe can help him go
recover that.
Get hypnosis and remember it.
Okay, but it gets even better or weirder. So he's walking out. And he's all nervous that they're going to catch him with this piece of contraband. He wasn't supposed to take anything. And now he's kicking himself all the time. He says, I could have stayed in that room longer.
And the contraband's just his notes?
Yeah, that he's hiding like under his
this doesn't seem necessary, this secrecy.
Crook of his arm, because I don't know, he feels like I wasn't supposed to copy that piece of info.
They're not going to show you the microfiche if you can't take notes on it. That's not how it happens.
Yeah, that's not the part of the story I question, but you're right that I should question it.
That's the part of the story I've been involved in before.
Absolutely. So he's like, oh, why didn't I stay there longer? No one was rushing me out. But, okay, so I have this traced series of symbols, and I copy them perfectly. And as I'm walking out, I've still got this. He's got a briefcase. They don't search the briefcase. So, like,
why is he hiding the thing under his arm?
Exactly. Why not just put it in the briefcase?
I need a drawing.
And so they say, hey, hold it. What have you got there? And he says, oh, it's just my briefcase. And they say, no, under your arm. So it's like he could have just put it in his briefcase.
We're not worried about what's in your briefcase.
So now these two guys in suits, they want to look through his notepad.
Suits.
And he says that they flip through it, but the way they flip through it misses the side of the paper that he drew symbols on. So, yeah, nice little like James Bond moment. I got away with my drawings here. So, okay, here's where, if you thought that story was needlessly complicated, here's where it gets more complicated. So he takes it to William J. Davis, and that's his supervisor, his superior at the Jesuit order.
Okay.
Father, I have sinned. I don't know. It's like, hey, let me confide in you. I found this. And I got all excited for a second, like William Davis. And I was thinking of William B. Davis, who plays the cigarette smoking man on the X-Files. No, different. This is William J. Davis. Okay. So
I know that feeling, though. I encountered a different Daniel Sheehan.
Just now. That's right.
Yeah. I wasn't as excited, but yeah, the details were.
Okay. So he shows this photo, or his scribblings, his very accurate reproductions of the symbols. He shows them to his superior, and that guy looks at him coyly and reaches down into his drawer and pulls out photos of the same incident, of this downed UFO. Okay. So
well, it sounds like we don't need to hide them in microfiche, but okay.
But all of a sudden you're wondering, okay, why does this random priest or Monsignor or whatever he is have this?
Because they're clearly all very bored.
Okay, so the priest says that Doty, not Richard Doty, just Doty, his sister, the priest's sister, gave the photo to him, and now he has it in an envelope, this 8x10 photo.
Okay.
Where did she get it?
Yeah, so far we're just describing the concept of mail.
It came next from Michael, who worked at the Washington airport.
Oh, Michael.
So Michael got it and then gave it to Doty, but
okay, Michael. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Okay, so Michael had a pilot friend who had taken the original photo out the window of his plane. Okay, so now...
So Doty's friend, Michael's pilot friend, took the picture outside of a plane,
There's way
and
too
now
many
we have
people
it.
in this story. It's a terrible story. I don't believe any of it. But, okay, so the pilot takes the photo. He gives it to his friend Mike, who works at the Washington airport, because he's too nervous that he's going to get in trouble for having it. Mike takes it to the drugstore to get it developed there because...
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, he doesn't want, any governmental sources knowing that he has this now.
Sure, so it's film at this point. Okay.
Yeah. So then he takes that print to his best friend. Oh,
what's their name?
I messed it up. Mike is the best friend.
I can't believe it, though.
I don't even know.
Just so classic. We all knew Mike was the best friend. As soon as you said it, I was like, there's no way it was Mike. Mike wouldn't do that.
So now I don't even know the name of the air traffic controller. Okay, the pilot gives it to the air traffic controller, who gives it to his best friend, Mike. Mike is also nervous. He gives it to his wife and says, do something with this. Maybe give it to your priest, because I don't want to have this. So she gives it to the priest. That's how he got it. And then all of a sudden, Danny Sheehan comes in. He's got this photo and shows it to the priest, who just happens to have this in his desk, because this long chain of people couldn't handle the hot potato.
Wow.
So weirdest story ever. I just don't know what to even do with it. It's it's too intricate to be false.
Yes.
Why would you construct that?
I'm impressed that he retained all those levels of communication. That's the point at which most minds go, oh, the provenance is lost. We're not sure where it came from.
I just don't know.
But Sheehan's like, no, I know.
I don't know what to do with the story.
People, they have them in order.
I had to share it with you. Okay, so now, because we've got this task force that's focused on talking to different denominations and their attitudes about UFOs.
Right. Yeah.
Sarah and I, so somehow Sarah's come into his life, and I guess he's given up the priesthood. Or maybe they become an item later. I don't know.
Okay.
He never explains this transition, which I'm now very interested in. But she and he set up this Christic Institute. So that was their original group that was meant to help people out with, just legal representation.
Oh, okay.
And their first
Cool.
big case was that of Karen Silkwood. And there was a film made about this, which I saw over a decade ago, and now I really want to watch again, where Meryl Streep played Karen Silkwood.
Oh, whoa.
She was a whistleblower at a power station where plutonium was getting stolen.
Okay.
And like she kind of blew the whistle on unsafe working conditions and like things going missing. And the idea is that they kind of killed her off.
Okay.
Because she was going to release this information that they didn't want out there.
This is the theory. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the theory for what it's worth. And she was on her way to talk with a reporter from the New York Times when she died in a car accident.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have the movie about it. And then I guess he wasn't representing her so much as her family who was trying to seek restitution, and they successfully represented them. And thus was born the Christic Institute.
Okay.
He said they got like a $10.5 million civic judgment. And he said that they got a $10.5 million civil judgment handed to them, this company running the reactor. Yeah. Yeah, and he was listing all the countries where they were smuggling the plutonium to.
And is Daniel Sheehan, is his bar license in California?
I don't know.
Okay. For some reason, I have him placed in California in my mind.
He does eventually move to California,
Okay.
yeah. And that's, I think, where the current institute is based. So he doesn't give all this detail. And in fact, he tells it in a slightly different way later. But, goodness. I don't know how much it's worth telling this whole story, but the firm lost its status in 1992 because he says that George W. Bush wanted to get back at him somehow, or hold on, wait, let me read this. I think he talks about it later too, and I have my notes in two different places.
Okay. I do have.
Yeah.
Do you know what his middle name is? Would it be Cullen, or would it be Lawrence, or would it be Daniel?
Let me check real quick. Let me see if they mention.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, could it be Gregory Daniel Sheehan, Daniel Lawrence Sheehan, or Daniel Cullen?
Okay, let me Josh.
I guess that does tell us how common Daniel Sheehan is as a name.
Yeah, lots of them.
There you go.
Okay, in the description for the talk, they don't give him a middle initial.
I think I saw it on his website.
Okay, Daniel Sheehan.
P, at least according to his website.
And he does have Peter on Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
Daniel Peter Sheehan. All right, let me do a search for Iran.
Oh, hell yeah. On his website, he has a JFK assassination flow chart that's completely bonkers looking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I do want to hear his JFK theories. Oh, wow. That's some bonkers high level.
Dylan Lewis Monroe.
Yes. Yeah, totally. Or the red strings connecting all the murderers, kind of person who's been isolated in a room for 3 months working on this theory and hasn't eaten.
Yep. Relatable.
Okay. Okay. And then got it. Okay, so the way Wikipedia tells it, the Christic Institute lost its nonprofit status after a federal case was dismissed in 1988, and they were penalized for filing a frivolous lawsuit. And so then they formed the why can I never remember the name of the second organization?
Romero?
Romero, yeah. And then they founded the Romero Institute. The way that Danny Sheehan tells it, he was involved in getting 6 indictments related to the Iran-Contra affair. And then George W. Bush came into office. He pardoned those people involved. And then he sicked the IRS on Danny Sheehan's group to make them lose their 501c3 status.
Okay.
And then he said that the Romero group was out in California and they said, we like what you're doing. We're going to let you take over. They hired them or like brought them all onto the board. And then the whole Romero group just abdicated and handed over the keys to them essentially.
It seems like he has an eventful organizational history in general.
Yeah. So I feel like that might be his cleaned up version of what happened.
So I don't know if he's practicing or claiming to practice in California, but I can only find 3 Daniel Sheehans in California at the bar. And there's Daniel Cullen Sheehan, who's active, Daniel Lawrence Sheehan, who's active, and Gregory Daniel Sheehan, who's not eligible to practice law.
And that's in California. Mm-hmm. Okay. But he could be barred in
he
another
could be barred
state.
somewhere else.
Okay. I mean, the next place I would check would be Washington, D.C., because he's done a lot of advocacy work there and spent like 20 years Washington adjacent working on the Disclosure Project, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Excuse me. But yeah, but wherever you read about the Christic Institute and the Romero Institute, they've also been involved in things like representing the victims of the nuclear disaster at 3 Mile Island. They prosecuted the KKK and American Nazi Party, and various other things that sound good and just unrelated to aliens.
Sure.
So yeah, that's all cool and interesting. But then he gets involved with another prominent figure in the UFO movement, and that is Dr. John Mack.
John Mack.
So this is where you found the article about them being connected.
Yeah, I just went into my archives and looked up Daniel Sheehan's name and found this 1993 article I had saved because it related to Satanic Panic.
We keep mentioning Bud Hopkins showing up all the time. John Mack is another one of those figures who's like a very key to the whole abduction narrative and advocating for people who say that they've contacted aliens. And at the time, he was the head of the Department of Clinical Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. Have you heard of Harvard?
What is that?
Okay. Well, they have a divinity school and they have just like kind of they have like a law school. They have a medical school, but they're well regarded. I think they go back to like the 1600s.
Oh,
or something.
nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well respected. They, let's see. Okay. So John Mack, he was just sort of tasked with interviewing people when the military had someone come out and say, like, I saw an alien, I saw a craft. They'd say, okay, well, we need to give you a psychiatric evaluation. And here we're going to have this nice fellow from Harvard do it for you. And so he started.
And then what done happens?
He started hearing enough of these stories. And Danny Sheehan was very quick to tell us, now he wasn't doing hypnosis on these people because he recognizes that maybe doesn't sound so credible. He says, though, that John did have the patients do holotropic breath work.
Oh, I didn't know this detail.
Which, as we have experienced when rapidly breathing out and in, that you can have visions.
Oh, yeah, you are making yourself hallucinate.
So it sounds like he was having them assist their memory retrieval by another method than hypnosis. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. Also known as imagination.
So,
yikes. Okay. Mr. Daniel P. Sheehan, by the way, appears to be in good standing with the DC bar.
Okay.
Yep. DC bar member status, good standing, active, admitted 1976.
That checks out.
But business address is in Santa Cruz. And
Santa Cruz.
And I see his email here.
What?
I'm going to send you his email
Yeah,
in
send
case
me
you want to
that.
send him
Next
an email.
time I'm in Santa Cruz, maybe we should connect.
It's very sweet that that's where your
And
head
tell
went.
him about Jimmy Carter.
Carrie must be telling you to hang out with Daniel Sheehan.
Yeah, wait, what is Carrie telling me to
Oh,
do?
I just thought you might want to email him and like ask him for an interview or
Oh, yeah, sure.
or
That
whatever.
too.
But or just hang out with him in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, hang out at the hotel.
Okay, I just texted you his email address. You want his phone number?
Sure.
All right.
I'll take it.
There you go.
Okay, so now John Mack is this respected psychiatrist, but he's being exposed to all of these stories coming out of people, and these seem like very sane, otherwise respectable people. I've got to take these stories of abductions and alien contact seriously. Well, it just so happens that his mother tells him there's kind of a friend of the family, this Hopkins family, and there's a guy named Bud Hopkins.
I didn't even remember he was involved in this.
You should talk to him. He's been getting a lot of interviews with people like this.
Bud is no Bud to us.
Bud, why must you be
Why do you
involved
keep doing
in every wrong
this?
turn in this narrative? There's Bud Hopkins.
Oh my God.
Just butting in.
When did budding in? When did he die? When did this end?
Couldn't have been soon enough. Is that your point?
No, I do want to know when his influence is. I mean, it'll never be ended, but where it
did end.
where he died.
Yeah.
When he died.
Yeah, what do you got?
August 21st, 2011.
2011. Oh, not that long ago. We were making a podcast then.
Yeah.
A few months into our podcast,
Yeah.
we lost Bud. Well, so now John Mack has kind of this encouragement to be taking these stories seriously. And so, and Daniel Sheehan wants us to know, by the way, John Mack is totally respected. He also won a Pulitzer for writing a psychobiography of T.E. Lawrence, the guy who inspired Lawrence of Arabia. Okay. Yeah, interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah, very cool. But
How about a jack of all trades?
yeah, he writes this review about his interviews with over 100 people, and he sends it to the New England Journal of Medicine. Heard of it?
I've heard of it.
And so they reject it. They don't want to touch this thing. And he's all upset. So he goes and publishes elsewhere. He writes a book called Abductions, Human Contact with Aliens. And so now, all of a sudden, Harvard is kind of focusing the laser light on John Mack and saying, hey, what are you doing? You're making us look, what's all this alien stuff? This is embarrassing.
Okay.
And so they kind of call him up for a potential expulsion. That's the way Danny's spinning it. And so Danny is representing him, and that's how he gets tied in with John Mack. And
Now, I don't have a good sense of the timing on John Mack. What years are we talking about here?
these are the early mid 90s. I think 94 is kind of when all this was happening.
Okay.
At least that's when John Mack contacted Danny Sheehan for representation.
Okay.
It's in 1994, and I think it was in the context of, oh, they're trying to rake me over the coals here, and I should be free. I have tenure. My job shouldn't be threatened by this. So
Just a few years before Susan Clancy did her work on abductees from Harvard.
yeah, okay. Whew, there's so many threads here. They're all
Yeah.
interconnected. So Danny Sheehan has this whole tactic where they are preparing to go do grand rounds at Harvard just to openly present the information.
The audience is concerned about our food order.
Oh, yeah.
You mean whether it's coming?
Yeah, they think it's been a while.
Are they going to knock on the door when they arrive? Or, yeah, do you get updates?
There's a lot of construction right now.
Yeah. I think we're okay. I did look. Estimated arrival 2:35 in 4 minutes. 2:35 Apple
Food's
time.
coming.
2:35 Apple time. Everybody.
Food's coming. Oh, no, I appreciate you looking out for us. So he's got this whole plan that they're going to start just rogue, having all these talks with contactees at Harvard in a grand rounds.
Great.
And finally,
May we all be there.
this committee backs off and they're like, oh, you know what? Never mind. we'll leave you alone. You can keep your position here at Harvard. And then Danny even drops it like one of the people on that committee ends up getting investigated himself because he was unethical, something like that. Okay.
Could be.
So the next chapter in his alien life is that he was contacted by Stephen Greer in 2001. So we've talked about Greer on the show before. One of my least favorite people in the whole UFO movement, and I don't know. He just feels like such a flim-flam salesman to me. He's always like promising, oh, we've got alien technology for a free energy device and it's going to be released within 5 years. And then, just hopes everyone will conveniently forget that he promised that. Mm-hmm. That kind of guy. Or he creates an app on the App Store where you pay $10 so you can contribute your human-initiated contact experiences. Mm-hmm. Heis. So, I don't know, for whatever reason, Danny's okay with him and spends 20 years working with him on the Disclosure Project, which is this kind of side hustle that Stephen Greer's had about getting former pilots and people who've worked like in any level of government to share their information if they've seen something, say something, which in principle, fine. Okay, does that for 20 years. Next, he was retained. So he does that for 20 years. Next, Danny Sheehan is retained by Lou Elizondo, another figure who's come up over and over, very central to that 2017 report in the New York Times. And he was then the head of the Aerospace Threat Identification Program at the Pentagon. Another one of these people who has real... Yeah, that's right. And he's another one of these people who legitimately worked for the government. But now
government's a lot of people.
Right. And they're still people, right? I think Linda Moulton Howe forgets this sometimes. Like, just because you work for the government doesn't mean you have like perfect retention or you're right about everything that you talk about. You can still be a human and get things wrong. Anyways.
But some of them are dogs and alien bodies. Aliens and dog bodies.
Oh, that's the famous Poppy theory.
Yeah, they're working for the government also, so. Okay. You never know.
I mean.
You never know.
You never know. So he's the one that took those videos and released them to the New York Times and, oh, wow, this is so crazy. We can't explain these things. Well, yes, we can. And we had Mick West come on the show. He explained all of them quite credibly and to me convincingly. And then the Pentagon tried to I can do this. And then the Pentagon, no, I can't. And then the Pentagon denied that they knew anything about Lou or that he'd ever worked for them. I don't know if that's true, but that's what Danny's saying.
Oh, I mean, that's possibly cause for concern.
Oh, you know what? This is the anecdote where the security officer who raised the clearance. Okay. I misstated earlier. It wasn't the Harvard person who got in trouble. It was this person. Okay. So as retaliation, they had Lou lose his security clearance, which seems to counteract if they're trying to say they know nothing about him. Why does he have security clearance to begin with? But, yeah. Anyways, they revoke his security clearance and I think maybe this is where Danny Sheehan got involved, like, oh, let's help you get that back. And the officer who raised the challenge to Lou Elizondo's security clearance ended up having his security checked over this. Kind of, you were acting out of line.
I see. I mean, I wonder how uncommon these security checks are. It seems like you would be doing that somewhat regularly.
Oh, good question. Yeah, certainly in Scientology, you get checked all the time.
That's true. But I would think if you work for the government, they're checking your bag a lot. I don't know. I don't work for the government. Despite many internet comments, I don't work for the government and don't know how often they check your bag.
Wait, who says people are saying on the internet that you work for the government?
Oh, have you not gotten like you're a CIA agent? This is more an ex-Twitter thing. But people will tell me like I work for the CIA or whatever because I make this podcast.
Oh.
You know when the CIA was like, we gotta fund a bunch of podcasts.
I'm trying to think if like I've gotten this kind of correspondence and ignored it, but I don't think so.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
I feel like it's mostly an ex-Twitter phenomenon.
Where I am not. So,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I'm
missing
not
out.
saying it's every day, but
Okay.
no, yeah,
A fair
totally.
amount.
Yeah, enough. I'm going to give a total of 18.
All right.
Yeah,
Interesting.
thank you. Hey, the food's here.
Do you ever reply to them just to mess with them?
I do reply to them, but I guess what do I usually say? I think I just usually say no.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I mean, I always
Are
do.
they offering you secrets?
No, it's an accusation. It's like,
Oh, you are.
they're saying I'm a CIA
You're
agent
the side. Okay.
because I make this
You're a shill.
podcast. So I'm
Oh.
clearly like an agent of the government
You're
trying
a
to
paid
preserve the
shill.
status quo,
Wow.
which doesn't really sound like me, but okay.
Interesting. Because I know some of my other skeptical podcaster friends, Brian Dunning gets that kind of thing all the time.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, where's everybody, that's accusing me of working for Monsanto or getting
Yeah.
my shill bucks
Yeah, you got to get on Twitter.
from like the vaccine lobby or whatever it is. Okay. I just
Gotta
need
get
to
on
be
there.
on X.
Okay, should we eat food and
Yeah,
come back?
let's eat food. Okay,
we're gonna
food
put
break.
the title card up.
Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes each one, she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes each one, she passes goes. But he watched her so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. But he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. walks to the sea. She looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. Oh, but he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. Oh, but he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. Oh, but he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes, when she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes, so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema his smiles, but she doesn't see. But he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. And tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. Oh, but he watched her so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. Oh, but he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. walks to the sea. She looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see.
Hey,
Hello,
we're back.
welcome back.
Hello.
How was your lunch?
Oh, very good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
How was yours?
Good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
We
Pretty
ate
good.
Thai food. I think we inspired other people to eat Thai food.
For me and Drew, I got 2 different fake chicken things, and then
Oh, so you could like kind of swap them?
we swapped. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it was good.
Actually ended up swapping my pad Thai with Woody, who had a rice dish and with broccoli, and it was a good swap. We were happy. And I got the fake chicken back. You know, it all worked out. Yeah.
Life really is a wonder, Ross.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good being alive. Let's see what else happened while we were gone. Oh, we have the ability now to share my screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
I should probably share a couple of the images we were talking about earlier. Yeah, if you want to bring up the monitor. All right, sweet. So this, for example, is that telegram that we were looking at earlier, which Carrie's looking around as if she should see it as well. They're seeing it in TV land.
Okay, I'm going to pull up our own YouTube feed.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Fun.
All right, I'm looking.
There you go. So yeah, see how well you can make out what that says. Does that say to take the bodies?
No, it doesn't say anything.
Okay.
I mean, what does that say? I mean, maybe. The answer is of course maybe.
Yeah, and that's just one exposure and one framing of many. But yeah, that's some low information zone stuff right there. And then we talked about them having the same exact hair.
Yes.
There it is.
Here we go.
So yeah, that is Danny Sheehan and his wife, Sarah, who does all the work,
Good for them.
and a volunteer from Contact in the Desert. And then let's see.
Babe, you and I should start matching this much.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Same
Drew
here.
agrees.
And then let's see. There's the crowd, big room, and a lot of people.
Sorry, I'm on a delay here.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sizable.
look at that. Yeah, people are excited. And some kind of fun colors and patterns in that audience.
Lots of tie-dye.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's just people expressing themselves. That wasn't like a dress code or anything.
Oh, yeah. I love tie-dye. I'm all for it.
Let's see here. Oh, there's the lady in the muscular lady in the blue dress who introduced him.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, there she is. Yeah, she can pick up a chair.
See, this is the advantage of doing this as yeah, she totally could pick up a chair. This is the advantage. You get to see some of these images. And let's see. Oh yeah, just like on the way there's all these little stations. There's Caroline Corey, the one that
She's so beautiful.
Jimmy Church has a crush on. And,
She's just so beautiful.
and they're selling a water treatment system for your home. I feel like there's been a lot of people in my life who have
They're trying to treat your water.
have built the whole alkaline system. There was a guy I worked with at the polls recently, and he gave me his business card, and he didn't say anything about it, but he wanted me to email him some photos, and then I can see like, oh, you do this water treatment thing, and that happened too
Interesting.
when we were going to those lectures from the the End Times Prophecy, the Seventh Day
Forerunner
Adventist.
Ministries? Oh. Amazing facts.
Amazing facts. Thank you. One of the guys there at that church was really into the alkaline water, and enough that he talked Dave into getting one installed. I think in his RV.
The alkaline water tastes good.
Okay.
I will give it that.
All right.
If you like the taste of it. But I don't think it's doing anything much.
Let's see here. Oh, there's that courtyard we were talking about with the giant posters. All right, this is on a delay. I'm just going through quickly. So registration. These are the talks. There's Danny Sheehan's talk.
By the way, we should say we are trying to get to 750
Oh, yeah.
new upgrading and boosted on-rack listeners by the end of this feed. That's our hope. We're currently at 721 as of 3 p.m. So
Y'all are
2 more
rocking
hours to get 29 more people.
Hey, when we hit 750, you'll know it. And look at Carrie. Is that an okay statement?
The least sly glance. And you'll know it.
I don't know if I was even going for sly. All right. Yeah, there we go. There's those posters. And I don't know. What else did I want to show you? Oh, yeah. There's that big, like, you are agreeing that you are being filmed and you're okay with that. Okay. All right. Probably take the screen down now. Yes, y'all want to see my notes. Those are my notes.
I bet they do want to see your notes.
Those are totes my notes.
I bet they do.
Okay. Are we still sharing the screen? Okay. And hold on. I was still looking through some notes unless you need something from me.
No.
Okay.
Look through your notes. Real life.
Oh, he does mention the Paradigm Institute at the Conscious Life Expo talk. Interesting. That they will have classes on worldviews. And I noted, wow, that reminds me so much of Ken Ham and Answers in Genesis's approach.
He said this at
The Conscious Life Expo talk that I attended.
2024.
Yeah, recently.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Paradigm Institute will have classes on worldviews, but if they've already been...
So maybe New Paradigm College is different from Paradigm Institute?
Oh, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Trying to see if he said anything else. Like, because largely he repeated a lot of the material at the Conscious Life Expo.
Okay.
Seeing if there's anything interesting he said.
Let's see. New Paradigm Institute. Okay, the New Paradigm Institute. Why am I so froggy? We're recording it in Frogtown.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
That's why.
Is this actually Frogtown?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We're near the LA River. It's just like hop, skip, and a jump over there.
Oh, yeah, it's very close. Okay, here are the initiatives of the New Paradigm Institute.
Okay.
Restoring public trust, advancing scientific inquiry,
Good.
cultural impact and education,
Okay.
not a verb, preparing for the future, national global advocacy for UFO and ET transparency,
Okay.
educational outreach and public awareness, research and documentation, strategic litigation for information release,
Okay.
and community engagement and grassroots mobilization.
Wow. Dude loves to start up an institution.
Ooh, there's a press kit. Should I get it?
Yeah.
Got to.
Oh, Linda Moulton Howe talking about tall whites.
She's talking about tall whites.
Yeah, like in my notes,
In her life?
she was there at the Conscious Life Expo in the front row listening to Danny, and she gets up, gets the microphone at one point, and of course she like some of the first words out of her mouth are tall whites.
Wow. Oh yeah, tall whites are tall, fair-skinned aliens that Linda Moulton has obsessed with.
And even Danny Sheehan himself, like, kind of signs on to that. He says they're one of 5 or so confirmed species.
Only 5 or so. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, boy, you get different numbers depending on who you talk to.
I see that in their press kit, they have imagery from that congressional hearing quite recently. So this press kit was made pretty recently.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, I mean, they were all about that. That's their whole modus operandi. Reason for living is to have congressional hearings like that one.
In loving memory of Dr. John Mack,
Oh, yeah. When did he pass away?
2004.
2004. Okay. More, not as recently as Bud Hopkins. Oh, he does mention a group in Santa Cruz that is working on a website for his institute. Okay.
Very nice. It's good to have a website, but I can't talk about websites right now.
That's all right. We'll We'll save all our website thoughts for later, but we have them. Waiting. Oh, I want to play this moment for you. Let's see if I can find it.
Okay. He's looking up a moment.
So how do you see? Oh, there. Like I'm getting kind of a religion because,
but he's going to be back with us very soon. Okay, and the book will be out, and the documentary film will be out, within a matter of months. Yes.
Okay. 119. Write that down. Okay. Okay, sorry. That was very interesting audio. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Okay. So now that he's given us a lot of his history with all of these different movers and shakers in the UFO movement, now he gets to like the more recent congressional action that's happened on UFOs. And he's super excited about this. All these people are super excited. We've talked about it on the podcast. So he tells us that Congress has now passed a bill establishing a new government office. And originally it was going to be called the Unidentified Aerospace and Undersea Joint Program Office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Too many vowels.
There's so many acronyms in this field, and Congress isn't helping things. And so the way and I'm curious about the whole undersea thing. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Why did they feel the need to include?
Oh, I hope the UFO people start doing a sea thing.
Under
Sea's
the
cooler
sea.
than space.
I'd go to that lecture.
Yeah.
Tell me all about.
I'm not getting on that submarine, though.
Oh, right.
I will not get on the submarine. You cannot make me.
Oh, I just saw something about that the other day. I think it was from the National Academy of Sciences. And I was like, oh, should I send it to Carrie? It's like, no, she doesn't need that. She doesn't need to think about submarines.
Hate that submarine.
Yeah. Anyways, what was that making me think? Oh, yeah. So, and he was joking, like, yeah, the problem with that name is you can't dance to the title. And that got a good laugh from the audience. He said that a lot of Congress people, even across the aisle, have been taking this up as a cause that they care about. And he mentioned Marco Rubio, who happens to be, I guess, Lou Elizondo's representative. Maybe they talk to each other.
Okay.
I don't know. But
Adam Schiff is my representative.
yeah. So maybe that's what convinced Marco Rubio to get passionate about this. But yeah, I mean, there's been a long tradition of Democrats as well. Like, was that Reid? Harvey Reid? Why can't I think of it? Harry Reid. Thank you. Like Harry Reid was really into UFOs and disclosure. But actually at the Conscious Life Expo talk that Danny Sheehan gave, he does make a point that now that you have this kind of extreme right-wing fringe on the edge of the already right-wing Republican Party, that they're actually really pro-disclosure. And you can tell, and I think we're pretty clear that he's sort of a liberal bent just from the things he does and what he's been involved in over the years. You could tell he was kind of like, I don't know, like slightly amused by this, but the Matt Gaetzes of the world and some of these other Nancy Mace and I'm forgetting the guy's name, Tim somebody.
DeLonge?
What's that? No.
Tim DeLonge.
Tom DeLonge from Blink-182
DeLonge,
is
that's
definitely into this. Shoot. Something that sounds vaguely like my name. Anyways, there are these Freedom Caucus Republicans who are really into like making all this public, and he's willing to have those bedfellows if they're making this case.
Or they're willing to push to make it public. Who knows what would happen if it was actually made public, how they'd react to it. But.
Yeah. And as we said, when we were covering that one congressional hearing, it was pretty across the aisle. It was slightly bent on the side of Republicans, but there are plenty of Democrats actively involved in.
It's something everyone could get behind.
Yeah. Disclosure. And I'm for it because there is enough public interest. We can point to like, it's ridiculous. We're spending, $4 million on researching whether the government's hiding UFOs. I kind of feel that's worth it, if it clears the air. But will they ever be happy if they don't get the answer they want? That's another question.
Yeah, I mean, different people will feel different ways about it. Some people will be convinced and some people won't. But I agree. But it's also just this implied, like, they haven't been giving us the information before. And once they give me the perfect amount, I'm going to be satisfied. I promise. It's like...
Yeah.
You are? How do you know that? So you're not even describing what disclosure is, what it's going to look like, when it's going to come, who it's going to come from, but you're certain you'll be satisfied with it. Okay. And
every time we go to one of these talks, they're always talking about like the great future when finally this is all out there and everyone agrees. I'm always thinking of the dog catching the car, like just what would they do if all of a sudden we're all like, yes, okay, we all believe, everybody believes, you believe, I believe, you believe, oh, we all believe, that's great. Then what happens?
Let's go to lunch.
I mean, because I would be for it, like, sure, like make the announcement at the same moment, like Linda Moulton Howe was proposing. Let's see what happens. Does anything come of it?
Sure. I mean, if there are aliens here, they should speak up. By now, I am for that.
Yes.
If you're listening to this and you're an alien, I do vote for you to come
right
forward.
In the chat, alien, after you support us at MaximumFun.org/join. Oh, yeah, we haven't been doing our actual Max Fun breaks, have we?
We haven't. I thought of that.
We'll do them at the end and cut them
back.
earlier. Okay, this is something we do all the time as well. Okay, so thanks to Marco. Make sure that car's not going to keep honking. Okay. So then thanks to Marco Rubio and others, we get the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023, which passes in May 2022. So this is Bill 4503. This is Bill 4503. And it orders the Pentagon, the Director of National Intelligence, and others to start up a group to extract from all U.S. military surfaces and intelligence agencies and Defense Department agencies and contractors any information they have about the UFO phenomenon going back to about what date do you think they would want to scour the records? It's where we started this whole thing.
Oh, 1942.
Yeah, 1945, yeah.
Okay.
So January 1st, 1945, go find all your records. Reveal if they recovered any advanced saucers. If
they're doing this to every agency of the government?
Yeah, they're just saying like, just go out there.
This is massive.
Yeah,
okay.
Find any info you can about all of this. This is your task. This is what you are to do. And any information about reverse engineering of other craft, whether there's been any efforts undertaken to intimidate people who try to come forward with this news. So that's a big component of this. And then you must deliver this report to the Senate and the House Intelligence Committees both. And if anyone is intimidated in this process, they can be represented in court. And of course, Danny was especially excited about that. He's like, that's what I do. Happy to help you if you are being intimidated. Okay, so he's all excited about that. That's a great movement in 2022, and it's supposed to happen in calendar year 2023. But then he's not as excited about this. In December of 2022, then the House passes Resolution 7776, which thins down that earlier bill, that earlier program, and says that we're not going to. Wait a second. So it thinned down that bill. And then it also changed the name, as they all do. So now you've got this AARO, the All Domain Anomalous Resolution Office.
Of course.
Which he was just personally annoyed by. He's like, oh, you've so dumbed it down now that what does it even mean? What are you even talking about? We're not talking about flying craft. What is this anomalous?
He doesn't like the name AARO.
All Domain Anomalous Resolution Office.
I see.
So he's kind of joking about that. But as long as they're doing what they're supposed to, that's all good. Also, in the wording, they stopped using the phrasing UFO, and that's where we got this UAP thing.
Oh, okay.
Which initially was the aerial phenomena, and now it's anomalous. And then he also felt that there wasn't a sufficient amount of accountability, protocols on like how this is supposed to actually take form. Felt there were too many loopholes that they might use to decide not to be honest or forthright. So anyways, he says, still, this is good news overall, but there's some problems now. Okay. So, I'm trying to think of the best point for us to include the AARO report. Maybe it's now because
we mentioned AARO.
Yeah. So this is convenient timing that we're mentioning this because AARO just happened to have released its first volume of its report, and the rest is due later. But Sean Kirkpatrick, who we've mentioned before, he was the head of the program. He's now stepped down, but he waited around long enough to see this volume published, and that was just a mere 16 days ago.
Oh, it's that recent.
Yeah, this is fresh. So, I'll pull it up here, and I don't know, maybe we bring up the screen again on the live stream. Okay. So it is a, 63-page document, and it talks about the history and AARO's mission. AARO methodology applies both the scientific method and intelligence analysis tradecraft to identify and help mitigate risks UAP may pose to domain safety and discover, characterize, and attribute potential competitor technological systems. But rather than reading the entire thing, maybe, Carrie, do you want to share the executive summary?
Sure. Yes. If we skip on down to page 7, we get to section 2, the executive summary, which says AARO found no evidence that any USG investigation, academic-sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed that any sighting of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology.
Ooh, that must have been crushing words to this crowd.
Yeah, or just, the disclosure has not come yet.
Yeah, all right, right.
It goes on, all investigative efforts at all levels of classification concluded that most sightings were ordinary objects and phenomena and the result of misidentification. Although not the focus of this report, it's worthwhile to note that all official foreign UAP investigatory efforts to date have reached the same general conclusions as USG investigations.
Although many UAP reports remain unsolved or unidentified, AARO assesses that if more and better quality data were available, most of these cases also could be identified and resolved as ordinary objects or phenomena. Sensors and visual observations are imperfect. The vast majority of cases lack actionable data, or the data available is limited or of poor quality.
Okay, I'm skipping down a little here.
Okay.
I'm almost at the end. I'm in the second to last paragraph. Arrow determined, based on all information provided to date, that claims involving specific people, known locations, technological tests, and documents allegedly involved in or related to the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology are inaccurate. Additional claims will be addressed in Volume 2!
Yeah, there's more coming.
Oh, wonderful. It's like Toy Story.
They're mandated by the end of this year to release the full report.
Okay.
So you get the flavor of it, and I can't wait to read through the whole thing in full detail. But essentially,
Project Twinkle.
They did not get what they wanted. What's Project Twinkle?
It's one of the projects, summer 1949 to summer 1950. Project Twinkle was established in the summer of 1949 to investigate a series of UFO reports witnessed by numerous observers in Nevada and New Mexico, described as green fireballs streaking across the sky, moving in odd ways. And in at least one account, the fireball navigated near an aircraft. The literature is not clear if Project Twinkle was officially supported by the original Project Grudge, but it was managed by the USAF's Cambridge Research Laboratory.
Wow. Yeah, this is a section very relevant to the talk Danny Sheehan's been giving that I'm looking at right now that talks about all of these different UAP investigatory programs since 1945. And that includes ones he mentioned like Project Sign, Project Grudge. Apparently Project Sign was also called Project Saucer, Blue Book, Twinkle that you just made me aware of, Bear.
Project Bear.
Yeah. My goodness. There's nothing like a good project name, I guess.
Totally.
All right, cool. I think we can end the screen share. Wild. So it'll be interesting to see what they say at like the next Conscious Life Expo, at the next Contact in the Desert, because again, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
But then I'm always surprised at what they don't mention at all. UFOs can be on TV, and they're like, not this time. We're just not going to mention it.
Wait, you're saying UFOs could choose to...
Sorry, I'll say that better.
Yeah.
But I also wonder... What was I saying? What did I say?
Like UFOs are on TV, like in media, or?
Oh, no, right, thank you. But also, whenever we go to Conscious Life Expo or Contact in the Desert, sometimes it will be right after some major media event that involves like objects in the sky or whatever. And I'll be like, oh, certainly they're going to mention this.
Yeah.
And then the speakers don't, or they barely do.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if this will even make it on the docket.
Yeah, I remember that happened once. So I think there was big Mars rover news while we were at one of these conventions. And like, they just didn't bring it up.
Nothing.
Like,
nothing.
Isn't this your bailiwick?
Yeah, at Conscious Life Expo, was it this year? There was like some big news in the sky, and it was on the TVs down in the lobby. And then I went upstairs and was like, everyone's going to be talking about this.
Yeah, and maybe like 1 or 2 people do, but yeah, it's not the uniform buzz that you would expect, which is kind of strange. But they're all updating their slideshows now, I guess, and talking about government obstructionism. Okay.
I want to make a spreadsheet of all these projects.
Yeah, it's wild.
All these good names.
I
Twinkle, Bear.
Yeah, Twinkle and Bear in particular are pretty good. Yeah, I feel like it's part of that symptom of people liking to start new things rather than maintaining old systems. They're like, hey, I don't want to be the person who like kept this thing going that so-and-so started. I want to be the person who founds this new group, and we're going to, our goals and mission are slightly better.
Unless that person was forgotten and you get to like reclaim.
Oh yeah. And then
people also like
say
that.
it's yours.
Yeah. Like who are those people? The White Rose movement that Marsh told us about.
Oh yeah.
They kind of cribbed the idea from a better movement earlier.
Yeah. And I guess if you're bringing one back, it's like bringing back an old name, like, Shirley had its heyday back in the 30s and 40s. And hey, not as many people named Shirley anymore. Let's come back.
Just Ross's niece.
Yeah. Yeah, this is maybe not worth telling the story, but I love this story. We were going to the Big Thunder Mountain Ranch, RIP, at Disneyland. And my niece was I think she was turning 4. And someone from the stage said, come on down, Shirley. Let's sing happy birthday to you. So we're like, who told them? That's weird. So my brother-in-law starts leading her down to the stage, and then there's already another Shirley celebrating like her third birthday on the stage. And then there's like a 5-year-old Shirley coming up from the audience. So there's 3 young Shirleys all celebrating their birthdays that weekend.
So weird.
That's an amazing.
And no old women?
No.
Huh.
Yeah.
It seems like such an old woman name.
I know. So
but I guess they
these
may
things
one
are
day
cyclic,
be old ladies.
just like Project Twinkle. We brought it full circle.
Thank you.
Okay. So of course, as he is wont to do, Sheehan now is involved in setting up the new paradigm project. So he keeps using that word paradigm.
Oh, okay, so we had the New Paradigm College, then the New Paradigm Institute, and now we have the New Paradigm Project?
Yeah.
Got it.
And it has 8 tasks.
Oh, good.
He
Good.
doesn't list out all 8.
New Paradigm Task 1.
But he says that one of them is to bird dog. I like the wording here.
Always start out with jargon.
To bird dog the enforcement of this new provision. Yeah, apparently it just means to like keep a really close eye on and make sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to. And
hall monitor.
Calling it out like, you haven't been conducting interviews and you're sitting on this data and why aren't you talking to this person who wants to talk to you?
Oh, wow. To identify yourself as the person who does that is really something.
Yeah, I guess it takes a certain type, right?
Yeah.
But I find this
official finger pointer.
Yeah, he fills such an interesting role though, as like the resident lawyer and legal scholar of this movement, and he's probably helped them be really effective.
Was Stanton Friedman a lawyer before he died?
Originally he was a nuclear physicist. That's his, where he gets his credo from.
He wasn't also a lawyer.
Not that I know of.
Then, yeah.
But he would say, yes.
Yes.
And he points out that you have people, again, from both sides, like Kirsten Gillibrand and Marco Rubio, that are already complaining that this new office is being underfunded. And Danny said, we won't let them get away with underfunding it.
Okay.
Okay, we're getting near the end here. So he then does kind of like a brief summary of like, look at all these things we've been doing, over 50 years of action, and now we have the New Paradigm Project. And guess what? It's it's a nonprofit. And we're accepting donations, so get out your checkbooks. And he's kidding, but also not. Give us money.
That's funny because New Paradigm College stopped being able to accept donations.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay. This talk was probably before that happened. But boy, like he seems to have at least 3 different entities that use the paradigm name, which is super confusing. But he says that another role of this group will be to help usher humanity into a new worldview. We're going to have to adopt one. We're no longer the center of the universe. That was already a fight with the Catholic Church, which he's close to. So that's present in his mind. But he says, we're going to learn all the more that we are not the apex of the pyramid of all intelligent life in the universe. And as of 2021, now we've admitted that there are other planets with the James Webb Telescope. And he said that even in 2009, under Pope Benedict, the Catholic Church made a statement about confirming life outside of our planet. And he said, I immediately, in 2009, flew to meet with Dr. Jose Gabriel Funes, who is the head of the Observatory for the Vatican. And I guess wanted to like make sure he had the right mindset. But he said, oh, this guy was already on top of it and said, oh, we're not talking about like single cellular life form floating under an ice sheet somewhere. We're talking about full functional other races with human level intelligence.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, are we?
So at least that member of the Catholic Church, of course, like no one person except maybe the Pope can speak on behalf of the church. And even then, it's going to be controversial. But interesting to hear that their chief astronomer was kind of down with the Danny Sheehan model of things.
So Danny doesn't claim to have any personal communication with aliens, right?
I'm pretty sure not. I mean, just from having heard him in 2 talks, just kind of freewheel for over an hour and a half on his stories, you think it would come up if he'd had a dark visitor stand by his bed at night, or if he'd been in a craft or anything like that. As far as I know, he's just been so inspired by interacting with others and wanting to protect their right to tell their story.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. As far as I can tell, he doesn't have any personal experience.
But you feel like he buys it.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? Or could this just be like a clever racket to be involved in this space as a lawyer?
I mean...
I get sincerity from it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that, lawyers can take jobs not just because they agree with the message, but because they agree with the rights of the messenger.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sure.
It sounds like he's making it sounds like he's saying he believes all of it in such in such a strong way that
if he doesn't believe it, then he's openly lying and misleading people.
Yeah. Okay.
Fair. I feel he could focus on the free speech aspects of it,
Right.
without fully signing on the way he does.
Exactly. Yeah.
So he ends this all with this really poetic thought about how we're going to have this profound shift of interacting with the intelligent non-human. And there is an octave of human worldviews that ranges from the totalitarian to the reactionary. Oh yeah, that's what he was calling the right wing, was the reactionaries. But hey, they're on our side right now. To liberal, to utopian, and all of them are going to interact differently with the presence of UFOs and extraterrestrial life. And we can't rely on the dialectic of good and bad. And this is where you can tell he's really prepared this endnote. Reality is this is going to be confirmed within our lifetimes.
Always with this.
Yeah. And
Always
he says,
with this.
And he even clarifies, like, better than Jesus did on the Some of You Standing Here. Like, he's like, he included himself in that. And, he's in
Ross is pointing to himself and pointing to the invisible other.
the invisible Daniel, who's more advanced in age than I am. So, sounds like it's coming real soon.
Yeah.
Let's
Good
hope.
point. He's 80-ish. 82, 80.
Oh, is
How
he?
old is he?
Is he in his 80s?
I thought I remembered that, but maybe not.
No, you could be right. Let me double check. Daniel Sheehan. 78.
And he's 78.
Yeah. Okay. So, it's got to come soon, right?
Yeah, well, unless he's going to live a really long time.
We've got to put him like on our watch list of people like Nick Delgado, who says he's going to live to 190 or whatever it is. Like, great. Now I've got to watch for you in the obituaries.
We should make all of these people just the standard bearers for their thing. So if he dies, we're like, that's it. There's no disclosure.
You had your chance. Oh, if only anybody would agree to that.
David Stewart died. Jesus isn't real.
Right. He's not coming back. Sorry, Seventh-day Adventists. Amazing fact. Oh, no, that's no. And that's it. He signs out with that deep philosophical thought about the revelation to come. And he says, okay, well, that's all the time that they've given me. And everybody claps for him. And we've done it.
And this was off the top of his head.
Yeah, he really did just deliver this straight to the audience.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and you can tell, and he even mentioned that, like, I can just talk and talk, and my wife does the hard work. He's one of those people. Just like he's got the talking points, and he'll restate things over and over, and he has, stories that he tells over and over. And he did this at Conscious Life Expo, and comparing the notes here, retold a lot of the same stories.
Okay. My friend Gene Bauer, who founded Farm Sanctuary, where I used to work, he has this gift.
Okay.
He can
Just fill the air.
Fill the air. And I like Gene's content more. But we would take him to an event, and if a speaker was running late or, the music is still getting set up, we'd just be like, Gene, can you go up there? And he'd just get up and he'd be like, well, boy, let me tell you about Farm Sanctuary. And then he could just go. No
It's a special
script,
skill.
Nothing. 45 minutes if we needed him to.
I'm envious of that sometimes.
It's a long time to talk. When they did the sound check here, I ran out of things to say 30, 45 seconds.
It was very entertaining, though.
Good.
Okay, so I'll shoot forward in time to last month when we were at the Conscious Life Expo, because Danny Sheehan gave his talk, and then he finally started taking questions from the audience at the end. And I had a really burning question that was just kind of bugging me, that he hadn't addressed, what I thought of as sort of a plot hole in this whole synthesis of aliens visiting our planet and disclosure. And so I have my hand up right with the first group of people, and very few, maybe like 3 people have their hands up. He calls on Linda Moulton Howe. She gets up and does her whole like, the tall whites, they've been documented working beside people at factories and blah, blah, blah. She's doing her thing. All right, that's fine. And then he calls someone from the second row, and then calls someone from the first row. So I'm thinking like maybe with the lighting, he can't see as far back as me. Like, and I'm keeping my hand up. You know where you do that thing where like, I'm insistent enough on this now that like, I'm going to raise my hand earlier during your response so that you see mine first.
Sure.
And then I'm like, maybe my sweater is obscuring my hand. Like I'm under the light here, but like I'm going to take off my sweater. Can you see my bare white flesh better?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm trying to get his attention.
Shine your phone spotlight on your hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I'm this close to putting on face paint and like ripping off my shirt and waving it, but he's not calling on me, and he starts calling on people farther back than me. I'm like, well, he wouldn't recognize me. He wouldn't have anything against me where he doesn't want to answer my question. But finally, people around me, like he goes to call on a woman behind me, and she said, I want you to talk to him. He's been raising his hand for a long time. And there's a guy next to him, and there's a guy next to her who's been kind of visually sympathizing with me. He's like, yeah, this guy's been trying. So I've got these advocates in the audience. I'm like, thank you.
It's democracy now.
And Danny says, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you under the light there. Like,
you what?
like I have like I'm not intentionally, but I'm like sitting under a light that's shining on me, and I've got my hand up. It was weird. I just have no
I
idea.
didn't see you under the light there. Light is famously for that.
Making you stand out.
That's really crazy.
It felt like a government conspiracy. I was very upset, but I did get to ask the question. I can't remember exactly how I said it, but thankfully I have a recording. So you ready for this?
Yep.
I just wanted to follow up on something you were saying earlier that I've been wondering about. Clearly, the problem isn't just the government or religion, because if the aliens wanted us to know about them, then there's nothing they could do to stop them. So how do you see this makeup of, like, I'm getting kind of a mixed narrative that the aliens kind of talk to individuals and want them to know about their presence, but also they don't just come out. So what's the deal? And you may have heard the audience kind of on my side, like, oh yeah. What's the answer to that?
Why do they both want us to know and not want us to know?
Right. And if they really wanted us to know, then we'd all know. That would be disclosure.
Yeah, probably. I mean, depending on what their powers are.
What are we grinding our wheels? But the proverbial White House lawn, they could land on it.
They could do that. Yes.
Yep. We could say boo about it.
Yeah.
So first he says like, oh, well, I get that all the time. But
okay.
Then he blusters on for the longest time. And he got off on this talk about, well, this would be very difficult because then you'd have everybody like hearing from the aliens, and we'd have to determine who's credible and who we can really believe about these things. And I'm thinking,
oh, we're suddenly thinking in those terms, are we?
Right. Yeah. But also that's working within the same model right now, where it's just like Moses, like someone went up the mountain and talked to the aliens by themselves and came back. And how do we trust them
right.
now?
That's how you get Raelianism.
But my question was, why aren't they just cutting out all the middlemen and just revealing themselves to everybody directly?
Uh-huh.
It's the same as the argument from divine hiddenness. Like, why does God we know that even if there is a God, he could choose if he wanted to show up on this little table next to us right now as a big pillar of flame, right as I said it. And then I'd be like, well, you can't turn purple. And then it would turn purple. And I'd be like, well, shoot.
Yeah.
In the same way that it's this like alien hiddenness. So he talks about this whole standards of evidence and how you determine who's believable for like, I don't know, like 4 minutes, it feels like.
Huh.
And totally evades the question and then moves on to somebody else.
How strange.
Yeah.
She must have felt stumped.
Yeah, and I don't think he gets the question all the time because he didn't have a ready answer for it, as glib as he is on so many other things and can produce speech ad nauseum. So anyways, I didn't get a satisfactory answer, but I did have multiple people approach me right after the talk, like, beeline for me and surround me and ask me like, so tell me more about your point. And I thought that was really interesting what you said. Why do you think that the aliens aren't revealing themselves?
You created a problem for me. I have cognitive dissonance now. Can you fix it?
And I was saying, well, I mean, can we be honest right now? I don't believe that they're here. And I think that there's a community that has sprung up around the idea that they could potentially be, or how cool would it be if they were, and that's gotten enough of a following. And one of the guys that I was talking to said, oh, so they're doing it for the money. And I said, I mean, that's part of it, or maybe for some people.
Wait, who's they in that sentence?
Sorry. The people like Danny Sheehan, the people like Linda Moulton Howe, the people putting on this conference. The questioning was kind of turning into like, well, why are we doing all of this? Why is this conference in existence if nothing's ever going to come of it? So I was talking to them about that curse by Philip J. Klass, the idea that as he was ready to leave this earth, he left all of the conspiracy theorists with the idea that long after I'm gone, you'll be on your dying bed and you'll still have the same questions in your mind about whether this is true and whether the big reveal is going to happen, and you won't know anything more about the nature of UFOs and what they are than you do right now. And so I was, it was just this moment. Usually we're undercover. Usually we're just in receptive mode. But I had people asking me for my honest opinion. So here we go. And it formed kind of a nice little group, and we had a fun discussion until they told us, got to clear out the room. Next speaker's coming in. This
reminds me of my guy. Did I talk about this yet? There was a guy at Contact in the Desert who had a Make America Great Again hat.
Oh.
Who tried to talk to me in line to tell you this story?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'll tell you another time. I think it's too long.
Save that one.
Too long.
Oh, man. I learned that you can wear Make America Great Again hats at the polls. That's not illegal.
Oh.
But there was a lady who came in with a Trump hat, and I had to tell her to take it off.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so Make America Great Again because it doesn't have the name Trump on it.
Yeah, it's a slogan. But if the hat also said like Trump 2024 on it, that would be inadmissible. But yeah, that one woman, that was electioneering. And then she was getting resistant. And I said, well, you are breaking the law right now. And that made her stop.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there we go. Anyways, unrelated. I'll take that out.
I was going to ask you something about poll working, but now I've forgotten what it was. All right. Okay.
All your poll working questions, I'm here to answer them. Same day registration in California. Do it.
Okay. What should we do next?
Yeah.
Well, wait. Let me look at the total here.
Okay.
Okay. At 3:50, 3 minutes ago, we were at 7:38.
7:38.
12
okay.
more.
If you're one of the people on here and you're like, well, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. Well, maybe you should. MaximumFun.org/join.
I like someone sitting there thinking, maybe I shouldn't.
I don't know. Maybe I'll wait.
I was gonna, but...
You can boost, you can join, you can upgrade in whatever order you see fit. Thank you. And thank you so much to everybody who has been supporting us. Thank you to new members. You're awesome. I'm just looking wildly at cameras.
I think you're mostly this camera.
Yeah. Okay. And now the light is green. Interesting. Okay. That light's green. Wait, where's the red camera now? Oh, see? Now it's red. See? It just changed.
Oh, look, it's moving.
They're onto us.
It's moving.
Okay.
It's almost as if there are other people controlling it.
Our clever techs are pointing at the physical cameras. Okay. All right. So, should we do the outro to the show and then do the Max Fun inserts?
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
And we don't need to do any ads because it's Max Fun Drive.
Right. We just got to look up all the Max Fun
Jumbotrons.
Stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Well, that was it for my experience with Danny Sheehan, important mover and shaker within the world of ufology.
What an interesting fellow. I feel like I don't have my head really wrapped around him entirely. I feel like if I hung out with him, I would be like, oh, here's the other 50% missing from this personality.
Boy, what I would pay just to have a recording that follows those speakers for the next 15 minutes, like after they leave the crowd.
You can follow them for 15 minutes.
I'm busy saving money on car insurance. Yeah, I guess I could. I'm just curious, like once they're away from the public glare, how do they offload, unload? Do they say, man, those mooks, can't believe everybody was buying that? Or do they say, how can I serve the cause of the aliens better?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I picture one of the other speakers coming out and patting them on the back and being like, oh, you know, they were really listening to you. They really felt you up there. That kind of thing. But
yeah.
We'll never know unless we follow them.
We don't know. Okay. I guess now we'll get into the stalking business and give you the inside scoop.
Okay.
Well, that's it for our show. Our theme music is by Brian Keith Dalton.
This episode was edited by Ross Blotcher.
Our administrative manager is Ian Kramer.
You can support this and all our investigations
every single
by
one
going to MaximumFun.org/join, and it is Max Fun Drive. It is the perfect time to do it.
Oh, there's not a better time. This is where you get all the incentives and fun. Well, we'll tell you about it. Fun additional items that can be shipped to your house, physical things that can show people you're a Maximum Fun supporter.
Physical things.
But also digital things. Lots of ones and zeros, but highly crafted and curated ones and zeros in
right
many different orders. Yeah,
right where you want them.
Right where you want them.
Right where you want them. Do you want to show them some of the gifts for the people on the stream?
Yeah, okay. Well, this is one. So this is a really cool idea. I was there at the meeting when it came up. I have no responsibility for this. This is a scarf, a bandana that is also a chessboard or checkers board. And it's got fun little designs around the edges that represent the different shows on the network. And I think, and this is very appropriate for us today, that we are the one with the UFO and the people being abducted in the light of the tractor beam of the UFO.
I keep wondering if we're that or if we're the ghost.
Where's the ghost?
2 down.
Oh, wait, that's a fish, though. I'm telling myself
that's
a fish.
Fish.
So we've got to be the
okay,
abductees,
then we're the, yeah,
which
definitely.
is so appropriate. Oh, look, and there's a cow.
Yeah, are those people going up or
those are people
cows?
Going up.
So that's you and me.
Yeah, and then the cow, thankfully, is not getting mutilated, but it is kind of stunned to see us hoisted in the air. I'm all for it. That's
great.
This is a lovely design.
And Drew and I played chess on it. We did it.
That's wonderful.
Drew's asking me who won, but I don't remember. Yeah, I
okay.
know. Oh boy, do you remember, babe? Oh, he doesn't remember either.
This tells me that Drew won the game. And it comes with the pieces too. So yeah, you can play with this amazing Max Fun headgear / chessboard.
And the pieces can be checkers or chess, because on one side it's the drawing of the chess piece and on the other side it's a checker.
Oh, that's so cool. I love it. A new intern at work the other day just asked me if I'd be willing to play a chess game. And it's been so long since I played chess.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I said,
you
I'm
gotta.
in.
I love chess. Okay, but what else is there?
Okay, this is amazing. Yeah, sure. It's worth it. Yeah.
Look at this.
Maximum bag.
Pretty great.
That's huge.
That was the maximum bag.
Rumor was, excuse me. Rumor was you could fit a person in it. I kind of fit in there.
Oh, yeah?
Like I can't close it over myself, but I'm mostly
I
in
have
that.
not tried.
In that bag. Do it.
Okay, I think I can fit in here. I fit in your trunk.
Okay, wait.
Oh, maybe. Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, if you hunker down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. I'd say wait. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to look. Yeah, no, you can run anywhere. Amazing.
Okay, so there you go.
See, don't you want to upgrade your membership now so you can get a maximum bag?
You could save so much on plane tickets. You put a child in there.
It's a carry-on.
Right? Yeah.
It's a carry-on.
It's a carry-on. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so at 350, we had 738.
Yes. That wasn't long ago.
Now it's 401. Refreshing.
That is refreshing. Wait, what are we at right now?
738. It has not updated.
There's people listening saying, hold on, I'm working on as fast as I can. I'm
Probably.
at maximumfun.org/join.
That's Shirley.
Yeah, yes. Let's see.
Yeah, carry on. Someone over here just got the carry on thing.
It's a good joke.
There's a delay.
He's listening to the stream. There's a
Cognitive
built-in
or
delay.
audio?
Okay, so we should
okay.
pull up all these Max Fun docs. How are we doing on
Yo,
time?
yeah.
Oh, it's just
we
after
have a
4.
whole- yeah.
Okay, hey, look, we
have a whole-
already recorded an episode.
Yep, whole hour if we need it. Okay, now we need our Max Fun
Yes.
documents.
So many documents. Excuse me.
Excused.
Okay. Google Drive. Shout out to April Pendergraft at Maximum Fun. She sends us all these great emails every morning, lets us know where we're at, gives us new ideas of how to promote the show.
She's great. 742.
Oh, okay. We're almost
So
to 750.
we just need 8 more.
Okay.
Okay.
You can do it.
Max Fun Drive 2024.
There's so many emails.
I know.
On
Oh, I think I'm in the wrong Gmail account.
my home browser, I've got this all loaded up. I did download some of these assets. Oh, here we go. Okay, got the folder saved.
You all want to answer some questions from the...
Hell yeah, yeah.
If they're from you, sure.
Yeah,
We got
you have a pretty good one.
questions from the audience.
Do you all stay up to date with past investigations? People want to know whether you kind of continue following people, whether it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, or is it like a combo of both?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the question was, how much do we follow our past investigations? Yeah, it's a crazy problem that it just keeps inflating, because with every investigation we do, there's that many more things that are just kind of like in our inboxes and in our text threads. And like every day, like Thomas John sends me like 5 to 10 emails. It's ridiculous.
What?
Yeah.
Every day?
Yeah, like he keeps sending out every day things you need to know about the show he's doing in Rancho Cucamonga and the one in Merced. And
Every day.
yeah, it's absurd. And I still get amazing fax emails, and occasionally, like I tried to unsubscribe finally from the Rail Science newsletter. I thought, I'm going to do the responsible adult thing. I don't need to get these every now and then. And because they'll send like this torrent of like 12 emails. Anyways, they just ignored the unsubscribe request, and I still get Rail Science emails. So in that form, just like everything is still there all the time. I still hear so much about the Creation Museum and the Ark, both from them and also from Dan Phelps, who we had on the show. He'll send me updates and stuff. So anyways, I'm just thinking, like, we still hear a lot and get a lot of updates, but it's just so hard to weed through everything.
Yeah.
And every now and then, like, a listener will send us something that kind of cuts through all that noise. Like, I get so many Twin Ray emails as well.
Yeah, we also have just some faves. Like, I can't turn up a Lori Spagna prediction video, even though she'll make no predictions.
Yeah.
Teal Swan. We're never going to stop looking at Teal Swan.
I don't
Bob
know.
Larson.
I don't know if we ever reported on her. Maybe we talked about Irini Medeiros.
Oh, I think we just talked about her briefly, but didn't.
Okay. Boy, I still get her
Go
emails
in.
all the time. And I responded to one and said, like, what a weird mix of Christianity and New Age. And she wrote back and she said, you're absolutely wrong.
Wow.
But she didn't take me off her newsletter. Anyways.
She's an interesting person. We should do one of hers. I've been to like 5 of her events.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about it.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of her like musical live streams. And yeah. What a weird person. And like a major...
We're not weird. She's weird. We've just been
We're
to 10.
normal.
We've been to 10 of her events.
Our,
we didn't
our
need
live
to.
streams are very normal.
We haven't needed to do it for
Nobody
the show.
gets in a bag.
We just do it.
Oh, what was I just thinking? There's another one. Oh, yeah. If you think any investigation would have removed us, it would be the Ordo Templi Orientis.
Yeah.
Still get their
you
emails
get
to
their
my
emails.
fake email that I set up for that one purpose. Still get told about their initiations and new Sapphire Lodge meetings. And I'm always just thinking, like, how long before enough of them leave that I can come back?
It is in La Crescenta, my hometown.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, every time I'm near there, like near Honolulu Avenue, I'm like, hey, that's where OTO is. Anyways, I guess the answer is we're kind of like seeped in the world of all of these different investigations, but it's kind of impossible to keep focus on all of them because usually we're prepping for the next thing.
Yeah.
So-
when we're focusing on something, we tend to be reasonably systematic about it. But once the episode has passed, it's really more about passion, like whether it's just caught our attention and we're too invested now to like not pay attention or
And
not.
a lot of listeners who are like really into that particular thing, maybe they were a member or they just really love that topic. They'll every now and then send us a news update. And oftentimes it'll be like, like some news on Teal Swan, and I'll read that there, and that'll be the first time I see it. And then I'll go realize, oh, I missed that email. Okay. Oh, cool. So, it's constant, and it's sort of a weird problem to have.
Yeah. But these are our special interests.
Yeah,
we love it.
it's a good
So
problem.
What are you going to do? Okay, we're still at 7:42. What's the name of the shared document that April sent us? I can't find it.
Okay. So
No.
I think I'm under the right folder that has everything. We want the pitch guide, right?
Yeah, pitch guide. That's the term I'm looking for.
They help us at Maximum Fun. They tell us what to say and when.
They don't, but they don't make us.
Yeah. But they're like, hey, this is what
They
works
tell us
well.
what to say and how
try
to say it.
Yeah. It's not so
Pitch.
didactic as that.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
That I think could be answerable.
Favorite
Favorite pizza?
pizza? I'm trying to think of like a more interesting answer than cheese pizza, which is usually what I'm eating. What's your favorite pizza? You look really stumped.
Cheese pizza?
I like cheese pizza.
Of all the pizzas?
I mean, we eat a lot of cheese pizza.
Okay.
But I like, all pizza's good pizza. It's hard to make
That's
bad pizza.
true. Pizza's good.
I think Stephen Colbert had a line about that, something to the effect of, it's like sex. Even bad pizza is still pizza.
Sure.
So,
I like black olives on pizza.
yes, agreed.
And
I like mushrooms.
Mushroom's good. Mushroom's good. I like green bell pepper on pizza.
No thanks.
And
No
then I
onion
also like
either.
a Hawaiian pizza.
Oh, okay.
Pineapple, vegan ham.
Yeah. What's it called? California Pizza Kitchen had, they were using like the Gardein chicken, and you could get the barbecue chicken. I was
Oh, yeah.
really
Was that
excited
good?
when I found that, like, oh, I miss barbecue chicken pizza. And that was a good way to do it. Oh my goodness. I've had like a tikka masala pizza that was really, really good.
Oh, yeah, that might have been at Cruiser. I think
Yeah.
I've went
It's
Cruiser.
hard to go wrong with pizza. I'm pretty much equal opportunity pizza eater. But it's a good question. Okay.
Okay. Why have I still not found this pitch guide?
You want me to send you the link?
Guide. I guess. Oh, wait.
You're gonna get it any second.
Oh, that's 2022.
Well, you know what? You'll find it like 2 seconds after I hit the send button, so I might as well do it just to hasten that moment. Carrie.
Wait. 2023. Was it from a different person? I don't want to pitch to Vox.
All right,
That's
I
the
just
wrong
sent
thing.
you. I just sent you the email.
Okay.
Hey, oh, Kira's on it. She just flipped over our pre-roll to the one that does not advertise this live stream because this live stream is not going to go on forever.
Great. Where'd you send it to me?
Your podcast email.
Podcast email.
Keeping it in the fam. Getting hot?
Yeah.
Ooh, they've even got AC here? Mm-hmm. You think of everything.
Okay, there we go.
Oh. I'm still thinking about pizza now. Because I'm an impressionable eater.
You have ruined pizza for me for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I'll take more questions.
Okay. Let me see here. Which one do I want to go to next? Yeah. Any investigations you wish you could redo for whatever reasons?
Investigations we wish we could redo. Well, I think the first one I always think of in that regard is one I just mentioned, OTO. Just because
750!
we did it!
Ah!
750? That's crazy. Wow. Amazing.
The surprise will be coming in just a second.
Okay, we'll keep doing this. This is the surprise. We are rotating. How creepy can we make this? Okay. But anyways, okay, while we swivel here, 750, yay. So yeah, OTO, I don't know. It's just like, I felt like I would have totally changed my tone and how I talked about it. And I wouldn't have released something happened.
You guys are getting beamed up to the
Oh, like in the UFO.
Oh, can you see it?
Oh,
We
wait, I
can't
gotta
see
pull
it.
it
I
up,
thought we
yeah.
were going to see it behind us.
Oh, wow, that's
I
great.
was just waiting for it. Oh, fantastic.
Danny?
Fantastic.
What are you doing there? That's great.
Incredible. Incredible. We've been beamed up.
Oh, this is good. How did you do that?
How'd you do that?
Amazing. That's cool.
Incredible. Could the person who made the graphic come and say hello?
We didn't make it.
Who made the graphic? Well, who made the thing? Who captured the stock image? Is it Chad? Chad, come over! Chad,
Take credit for finding the UFO
everybody!
image.
Chad, the most important part of this operation, picked the stock image. How did you pick it?
So I Googled UFO and I scrolled through a couple of those bad boys and I hit the third one.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Chad.
Well done.
You're welcome.
Really good, really good.
Okay, so just to
Oh yeah, you had a story.
finish that answer. So also we made the stupid mistake of releasing an episode about the OTO and thinking they won't have heard about it, but there's
We were new.
12 of them. They're not going to know we released a podcast. They knew.
Yeah.
And it was very awkward. And I don't know, I guess we were testing the limits and we met them there. And
Yeah.
I would just kind of redo that in a lot of ways.
I thought of that too. Yeah, it's not like a capital R regret where you're like, I would do X very differently, but where you kind of wish, I wish I could do that now and I could do it a little more gracefully
Yeah.
with the experience I've got now.
Sorry. Go ahead if you got one.
Shoot. What was the other one I was thinking of? With the Ethereus Society, I remember having like some regrets around not trying to talk to them more directly before. But I don't know if I would feel that way now or not. I just remember that was partly because of their reaction to it, and I don't know whether my reaction to their reaction was right or not.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we would do the Mormon investigation differently now, but I don't dislike how we did it. I think it was just a fun outpouring of where we were at the time.
And I think our elders, I think, are still Mormon. Last time I checked on them.
Yeah. As far as I know as well. And then like, some where we just did kind of like a one-off thing, like another one of our very early episodes, the Sikh temple, that would be nice to do a more expanded, multiple visit kind of thing rather than just like, hey, we showed up and this is kind of what we saw.
It was in Punjabi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Should we do our inserts?
Yes. Okay. Sorry for all the coughing. I think I'm just talking more than usual. Getting over a cold.
You can leave it up if you want.
It's distracting.
It's distracting.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I
like
mean,
the
I think it's
UFOs,
kind of
but all right.
cool, but okay.
No.
You say it's distracting. Oh, Drew, I see there's a question for you.
Goodbye, UFO.
I don't think that's. I've just been fielding things through, so they're adding me.
I'm just saying they said, Drew, are there any on-rack tours in the works? Oh, they're not talking to you specifically.
No, I just.
I get it.
So I can see them.
Hey,
Got
that
it.
worked out. I was waving goodbye to the UFO like right as it disappeared. Well timed.
Oh, yeah. Adios. Okay.
People are pro.
Okay.
I had the doc.
Where did that go? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We just lost our docs.
There's a lot going on.
There we go. Okay. So it's the same pitch outline, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Week 1 episode we did, so we're on week 2.
Yeah, I think we did the intro, so we just need to do the main pitch 1 and main pitch 2.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, cool. 4 minutes mid-show. Danny. Danny. What a character.
Yeah. Shoot, I've got no transition to Max Fun Drive from Danny.
Danny is like, he's okay. He's a delight. He's a joy, but he's not as delightful as my favorite time of year.
Oh, that's probably the same as my favorite time of the year, which is Max Fun Drive.
Max Fun Drive, exactly. Segue. So listen, it's Max Fun Drive right now, which is the time that we ask our listeners if they will join us as members or upgrade as members if they're already members, because that's how we get the show made. And every single year we need more people to join in order to just stay where we are and keep making the show.
Yeah, and that's right. Yeah, we're not just like constantly expanding. There's just sort of and this is true for all of the podcasts on the network. There's just, a bit of decline over time as people's credit cards expire or what have you, or people move on to other things, and that's life. That's normal. But
they die.
If you've been, it happens. Mm-hmm. Oh man,
R.I.P.
really brought it down. Yeah. Well, maybe you're a new listener, or maybe you've been listening for a while and you keep thinking, I'd really like to support them, but I don't know if I'm quite at that point in my life. Well, if you happen to be at that point in your life right now, we would really appreciate your support of this creative venture.
That's right. Max Fun membership pays for our shows. And as you can see, we put a lot of energy, a lot of commitment into each one of these episodes. And we have some goals set up, right? Do you still have goals? Yes. We're only at 750.
Yeah,
yes.
we do.
Of course.
Yeah. Right.
Where are they? We got to pull those up. Oh, I wrote them out by hand. Shoot.
I've got.
Okay.
Wait. I have them saved.
500.
I got them.
Shoot. Okay. Judge John Hodgman is.
He's the 1,000.
1,000. Oh, we're so close.
So talking about goals, we've already passed the 250 goal. That means you're getting another episode of Flavor Babies.
Hell yeah, Flavor Babies.
It's time for Flavor Babies. And
the show where you take 2 flavors, put them together and make a new flavor.
Yeah, we always say that together,
good.
right?
Yeah.
And then we have also passed the Rubicon of 500, which means that you have unlocked Ross and Carrie's Cribs.
Oh, right.
Where we show you all the cool things and the ridiculous things that we keep over from our investigations that now clutter our houses and I was going to say upset our spouses. I don't know how Drew deals with it.
Oh, yeah. Do my knickknacks upset you?
They
Oh, there's one.
I have one knickknack that upsets you.
Is it Harold Klemp?
Oh, okay. I have one lady mannequin head he doesn't like, but it's not from an investigation. That's just from me.
It's that box of Scientology materials that my wife really hates. But you get to see it now because we will create that video and share it on this YouTube channel where you are now watching this live stream. Or we'll share it on YouTube where you are not right now because you are not watching the live stream that we're doing. You're listening to this later as an edited, finished product.
Or
if you're listening to this in 30 years and YouTube has gone defunct, we have found a way to archive it. Don't worry. Go and Google it.
YouTube's only been around since like 2005. Isn't that insane?
YouTube?
Yeah.
That's not that long. Changed the world.
I think that's right. Anyways, at 1,000 new and upgrading subscribers, and we're 3/4 of the way there. And we're still on the first week of Max Fun Drive. So you can do this. You can get us across the line. What will they get, Carrie? Oh, yeah, wait for the motorcycles to go by. What'll they get, Carrie?
They will get a special bonus episode of you, me, John Hodgman, the John Hodgman.
Yeah.
Sitting down, discussing with these troopers communion while
Who knew?
taking communion.
Okay.
That is red wine and bread, and eating bonbons. And we are calling it the Communion Bon Con.
That's yeah. This has to exist. So help get us there to 1,000 new and upgrading subscribers. And I guess we ought to mention, just in case we keep up with this clip, our next goal is at 1,500 new boosting, upgrading memberships. And boosting, that means you can go in, you can say, all right, I'm already at $10 a month. Let's add an extra $1 a month.
I want to be counted. I want to hear Judge John Hodgman talk about communion.
You just boosted, and now you get one of the pins. That's not how this works.
Oh, yeah, that you're saying. Okay, yes, that's what the pin says, yeah.
That is, yeah, sorry, that it does feel like a negating
I see the experience
sentiment.
I'm giving everyone when they wear the pin. Okay.
At 1,500, we will pitch a talk to the Conscious Life Expo. That's right. So we'll say, hey, here's the talk we'd like to give. Will you let us take one of the stages and give this talk?
Yep. And then you can come and politely applaud.
Oh, that'd be
or
great.
Scream. You know what? Heckle us. At Conscious Life Expo, that would be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take heckling.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, exciting goals.
Yes, I am excited. I love Max Fun Drive. It's also right in the middle of my favorite time of year, right before Easter.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So, did you know you can also get a gift membership for a friend or an anonymous Max Funster? The recipient will get access to bonus content and your friendship.
Yeah, and you've just helped somebody else access maximum, and you've just helped someone else access all of this amazing content. And the bonus content is not just for our show. Oh, no. It's also for every show on the Maximum Fun Network, which is a lot of shows.
Yes.
Like 36. I don't want to get this wrong.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of shows.
Approaching 40.
And they're all produced by talented, passionate people doing really funny, interesting, cool, insightful stuff.
Yeah, we're talking about like thousands of hours of bonus content.
And so your support of us also helps support the network and supports all of these boats, keeps them afloat.
Excellent.
All right, is that our pitch one?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
Oh, wait, did we say the website?
We did not.
So go to MaximumFun.org/join.
What if somebody's like, how do you spell join?
JOIN.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about this bonus content.
Okay, main pitch 2.
All right, so we should also open up the gifts guide.
Okay. Is it called Gifts Guide?
Yeah,
find
Max
this
Fun
thing?
Drive 2024 gifts guide. Are you in the right Google Drive?
Yeah. Gifts Guide. There it
is. There it is. Okay. Okay.
Ready? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting about aliens. But did you know that today is Max FunCon? No. Did you know that today just happens to fall on the great 2-week holiday of Maximum Fun Drive?
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that, but now I do. And I'm so happy because it's one of my favorite couple of weeks of the year.
It means it's the time to support the show. You've been listening. You like us. Hopefully you're listening to us.
Yeah.
Maybe you're glutton for punishment. I don't know. But you're like, this should keep on going. I'm going to support them at MaximumFun.org/join. And what'll they get?
They will get all sorts of gifts they might want. They might want bonus content at $5 a month or more, including your series on the Creation Museum, lots of good interviews, our famous firewalking episode.
Yes. So much bonus content, lots of movie reviews, commentaries. What's some other good ones? Carrie telling her childhood story of Caroline and the Opal.
Caroline Opals and the Mystery Boxes.
Caroline Opals is her last name. Okay. And the Mystery Box. And it's not just our show. We've got well over a dozen items in there over 10 years that we've been with Maximum Fun. And there's more coming. Carrie's recent talk on creativity and madness. Really good. And over 600 hours of bonus content from all of our shows.
Oh, all the Max Fun shows together.
Yeah, all of
I said thousands earlier, and I want to retract my statement.
Okay.
It's 600.
Over 600.
Yeah, so if you need 400 more hours, you should listen twice.
Yeah, or just stay a Max Fun member for years and watch the bonus content flow.
There we go. And if you do $20 a month or more, nope, I'll go back. If you do $10 a month or more, you can get our pin.
Ooh, so yeah, you get to choose a pin, and I get it. You may see ours that says that's not how that works, and you may be like, "Oh, I really like that, but I also really like the one from this other show I listened to." Well, guess what? Because you have unlocked the $10 a month level, that means you are eligible for the pin sale. You can buy more pins later on, and you can be like, "Give me 5 copies of That's Not How That Works."
That's right. Do you want the right to buy? We'll give you that.
That's how that works.
Describe the $20 gift. Oh.
Yes.
I won't add that. Then if you do $20 a month or more,
Yeah.
you can get the fantastic chess handkerchief.
This is
which
really brilliant.
I really love the colors too. It's orange and green.
Yep. Or yellow and green.
Yep. I really love the colors too. It's yellow and green. It has this great drawing imagery around it with images from all of the different shows.
Yeah, really fun, lively artwork. And you get kind of the fun task of figuring out which one goes to which show. It's a little mystery in each illustration around the edge. And you've also got a functional both chessboard and checkers board.
Pretty cool.
But you can wear it on your head too. It's amazing.
And you know what else you can wear on your head is the Maximum Fun bucket hat.
Oh yeah, that's your other option at 20. If you're like, I don't need no freaking chessboard, you can get this bucket hat, and that's a nice design.
The size is 7 1/8 inches.
And they've tried it on many hats, so it's a one size fits some. If you feel like you have an average head, this bucket hat could be for you. And it's got the Max Fun rocket on the front, of course.
It's really cute. I hope I get that too. I haven't gotten it yet.
And boy, I got to say, I'm also really excited about this $35 per month leadership squad incentive, because you not only get everything else that we've talked about, but you get maximum bag.
Fits a woman.
Yeah, we tested this, and Carrie fits inside the maximum bag. It's that big. It's a large bag.
It could be the trunk of Ross's Prius C. It's so big, it fits me.
I quickly ran into work with it today to put stuff in it, and it got looks. People are like, whoa, what's up with that bag?
You were like, it's maximum.
Why is that so big?
It's
astounding.
really big.
It's like intended to start conversation big.
But it's perfect for if you carry like a blanket to the beach or something and you're like, I just have my arm around this big old honking thing, but it's light. That's the perfect bag for that.
Yeah. However big you're thinking, just think a little bigger. And that's the size of the maximum bag.
That's right. That's right. Then $100 a month or more, you get the HQ Access Pass,
Whoa.
a quarterly virtual hang time with Max Fun hosts and staff.
Hey, some of you enjoy Max. Some people get so much out of Maximum Fun that they give it that level, and that's amazing.
And we get so much wonderful email from people who were affected by the show. So many great comments. I had someone, maybe he's listening out there, I had someone wave at me through the door of Drew's car and say, I love your podcast.
Oh,
yeah, fantastic.
That's wonderful.
It's like, it's very impacting to be able to be part of something that people feel that way about.
And sometimes someone will write us and just say, hey, you got me through my undergrad degree. I had all this time where I had to be holed up alone working on this project, and you helped me keep my sanity. It's like, wow. Oh my goodness. Or I backpacked across Europe and listened to your whole catalog or something. Like, how cool that we are traveling in your ears on all of these pursuits, or helping you through tough times sometimes. Like, you just don't think about that when someone tells you. It's really touching.
Yeah, we hear hospital stories too. People who like listened while they were in the hospital. Yeah, it's a cool thing to be a part of.
Yeah, we're honored.
Okay. So, will you please join us as a member by going to MaximumFun.org/join?
It's that simple. It's a nicely designed website, and we know good websites.
Websites.
And there's so many ways to do it. You can join starting at $5 a month, and that's so helpful in keeping the show going. And then we've got all the other tiers that we've mentioned, but you can also do it you can also upgrade. So if you have, so you can get up to the next level, or you can boost, which means that wherever you're at, maybe you don't want to go all the way up to the next level, but you can still just add, another $1 or $2 monthly, and that will at least re-incentivize you for the level that you are at. Like if you were at 10 and you boost, you get the $10 reward.
That sounds right.
And a new option. This is really cool. You can also prepay for the year if you'd like to.
Yes, that is cool.
Yeah.
Get it done.
But come back next year and keep listening.
Yeah. Please. So, will you go to MaximumFun.org/join, JOIN?
Well spelled.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Whew.
And do we have to do a final pitch? Okay. We can throw it in because we were kind of talking about Max Fun Drive as we did the outro for the show.
Yep.
Oh, do we ever do an and remember? Oh, poor Carrie is melting over here.
Yeah, I'm warm. Oh, I have water here.
Yeah, I turned it on. It looks like it's angled up a little bit.
Wait, you turn one on?
The AC.
Oh, thank you. It's tolerable. It's just warm.
Yeah, you are under the light.
Yeah. No big whoop.
Okay. And ready?
Yeah.
Okay. And
You guys all remember Chad. He's turning on the air conditioning.
yeah, it's very exciting
That's
stuff.
what's happening.
And we're easily distracted.
Does anyone else have a story about buying art from on the computer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got a clip art story?
I
You want to tell your clip art story?
Sure.
Yeah, come on in. We're talking about people. Remember how Chad told us about getting the
The UFO.
Yeah. Woody also has a clip art story.
Oh, and wait, he paid money for the UFO? Or it was just an image that popped up? Okay. Sure.
No,
So mine's sad. It's quick.
Okay.
I used to work in sales.
Wait, it's sad?
It's sad.
All right. I'm ready.
Prepare the miniature violins.
Yeah.
So I used to work in sales, and I worked in a dead mall. Like right when the dead malls were first kicking off,
no.
I was one of those guys like, "Hey, come buy from me," you know.
Pretzels.
Yeah,
Come on,
exactly.
over here.
But I was selling the worst cell phone network, Sprint, which doesn't exist anymore today. That's how bad it was.
Oh, no.
And this guy comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm an artist. I'm a painter. And I'm a digital artist, and I make these things." And this guy approached me online, and he like bought my art, but he said like, "I have to give you a check in your name and put it into your account." Then you have to say that scam that's well known now, but 8 years ago, that was not well known.
Oh, no.
So literally, I don't know about this, and it just seemed kind of fishy. So I googled like art buying scam, and I had to like break that. This is like the first
You had the
art he
presence
had
of
ever
mind.
sold. I had to be like, "Dude, I think you're getting ripped off." And he just like started crying.
Oh, no.
And I was just in the middle of a mall, and I'm like,
Oh, man. I was already in the sad mall
yeah,
on the decline.
Yeah, you're already in a sad mall, eating a sad pretzel, and now your business is also
watching the
sad.
crumbling of capitalism all
Yeah.
around you. And now this person's been taken in, and you have to tell them.
So that's my.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sad art story.
Well done.
Okay. That was Woody, by the way.
Thank you, Woody.
Okay, final pitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we were already kind of talking in that vein as we were doing the
right.
part of the
Okay.
outro that we did. So, and you've been here for this journey. You know that it's Max Fun Drive.
That's right. Our favorite time of year.
And maybe you've never been a Max Fun member before, but you can get started at $5 a month.
Yeah. Ross, Max Fun never pushes us around.
No, they don't.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
I feel like if we had been on some other network, we'd get pushed around.
It's like the opposite of that Matchbox 20 song. They don't want to push us around. Yeah.
I know the one you mean.
You saw the Barbie film, even if you didn't
really,
like
I
it.
know the one.
Okay.
They never push topics on us. They never
No.
push us to talk about things a certain way.
I'm trying to even imagine that. I'm trying to like picture Danny Barwella being like, we were really wondering if you could talk about jelly beans. I don't know. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah, well, he does smash candy, so that's
Maybe that's why I thought of jelly beans. Yeah.
That's the point.
But
Yeah, they give us like so much creative freedom. They really believe in like the artists who make those shows should own those shows and have control over those shows.
And I'm wearing my The Future is Cooperative shirt. They are a co-op now. They've made the
Yes!
transition. Maximum Fun is officially a co-op, meaning it is owned by the employees. That is an amazing thing. That is a trend that should continue in these United States and around the world, where the success of the company goes to the people who make the company.
Yeah, that
It's
sounds
awesome.
right. Great.
And do it now before you forget, because I know you're thinking like, hey, I'm driving on a 7-lane freeway. I should really be focused on the road.
Yes, please.
But I was going to tell them, well, okay, as soon as you can, maybe pull over and go to MaximumFun.org/join. Yes, be safe.
Okay, it says restate the goals and rewards. So again, we have passed 250, we have passed 500, we have passed 750. We are on our way to 1,000 new and upgrading members.
That's
and
that Judge John Hodgman show. You got to have it. We got to have it. Help us
Exactly.
get there, please.
Exactly. And what's our 1,500 goal? Or did we not say yet?
No, it's the pitch for the
Oh, yes.
Conscious Life Expo.
Yes. And of course, if we get to 1,500, we will be pitching a live talk by me and Ross
Yeah.
at Conscious Life Expo. Think of the awkwardness.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can make it happen.
Imagine how uncomfortable that will be. Imagine how angry some people will be no matter what we say.
Uh-huh.
And
Or maybe they'll be like, this is great. I never thought about it this way.
or maybe we start a whole new expo. that-
Everyone just follows us on out.
yeah.
Clear us on
We
out.
have some real talk about aliens, and people are like, you know, you make some good points.
This makes a lot more sense. I'm following them.
Help make that happen.
By going to MaximumFun.org/join. JOIN.
Yeah? Good?
Yeah.
Okay. And we already did the, let's see, the ways to support. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think we can just end with and remember.
Oh, yeah.
You want to do that?
Sure. And remember.
And I'll put in a Danny Sheehan quote.
Okay.
In the words of Danny Sheehan. All right.
Thumbs up.
Hey!
Yay! We also always do this.
Hey! At the end, we're so proud of ourselves.
Figured since we have a few more minutes, people ask a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Drew Spears, everybody.
Drew Spears.
Drew Spears.
Yeah, come on screen.
Hello.
Hi.
An awkward squat.
Yeah, hi. Do you want to share?
Sure, you can hang out with me because I have questions for both of you.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You want a third chair?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, Ross.
Hey, Drew.
Great job.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for making this happen.
Oh, my pleasure.
You and your
Well,
amazing
I mean,
team.
you know, everyone's very thankful to me in the chat and everything, but we're a many people team. Elizabeth, Woody, Alec, who had to leave, and Chad, who is my head of production here and is really the bronze and brains behind this, which nothing would get done at the studio without Chad. So, oh, well, okay. Woody, you can be the bronze too. You can be the bronze. But yeah, there was a couple good questions. Okay. I figured we want to just go over. And if I didn't get to one, on my apologies. Babe, real quickly, do you want to say how Golly and Georgie are doing?
Oh, sure. Yes. Golly and Georgie are doing really well.
Georgie was a little bad this week.
Oh,
Georgie,
have you already forgotten the trouble that Georgie caused you?
No.
Is this your real laptop or is this a loaner?
It is. It came back.
Oh, that was fast.
Georgie destroyed my laptop screen, everybody.
What, chewing on which side of it?
Both, but this is the side that killed it.
Bad kitty.
Yeah. But as a couple, they're doing a lot better. I would say it's a very little sister, big sister situation where Georgie admires Golly and Golly's like, you don't need to be here.
Can we
But
say
they
how
get
much?
along.
Can we say how much you had to pay to fix that laptop? It was like $950 or something.
$930.
$930. Everybody, it's because your cat had a taste for your laptop.
Yeah. $930.
Yeah, so donate.
Chad was waving his arms back there.
Chad has a question, or
We were waving at her.
oh,
Don't worry about it.
it's all good. No, so a lot of people are wondering about like investigations you all have like elected not to do, or they were wondering, are there any investigations that you all had to like, even after investigating, like cancel a podcast for, or any that you can't do because they have strict confidentiality things like, I think Landmark's one of those.
Oh, yeah. Definitely that's something we'd have to be acutely aware of with Landmark. I always think of the Masons because I would like to join the Masons, but they do make it pretty clear that, you know, you take this whole vow that you will your head to be cut off and, you know, to die if you talk about it.
Yeah. Real quick, my friend Caleb tells me that he was a Mason, that he had... I don't know if he was really a Mason or if he's fucking with me, but he has insane stories about his, what do you call it, his hazing process.
And I have a cousin who I sadly no longer talk to who is probably convinced that I'm a 33rd degree Mason, I think is the term that she throws around. And it's funny because I keep thinking like, well, that's the one thing I haven't done that I'm...
Also, by the time you're at 33 degrees, it's like, yeah, aren't we all like 33 degrees removed from a Mason? Yeah. But what...
Canceled anything that
Oh, yeah, thank you. Happy Science was one that we intended to go to, and then I forget exactly how this all ended up happening, but we ended up telling them who we were.
Yeah.
And saying, could we just go ahead and keep coming? And they said no.
Oh, wait, I think you're thinking of The Way of Happiness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But,
anyway, so that... Yeah,
because that's funny you mentioned that
twice.
because Happy Science just texted me earlier because we've interacted with their booths a couple times. I once made the mistake of the guy at the Happy Science booth asked me like if I had any religious views, and I said I was an atheist, and he just couldn't be done with me fast enough.
I thought you were going to say he kept you there all day.
No, he didn't even want to talk to me.
All right. Next question. People were wondering if there's any updates on Jerry Moongadzi or anything like that.
Oh. Haven't heard about him in a while.
Yeah, I don't feel I have any Jerry Moongadzi I don't feel I have any Jerry Moongadzi news specifically.
What about Jerry Powell?
Jerry Powell had a that's the guy who runs Rhythmia. He had a class action lawsuit leveled against him, but I believe it was withdrawn. Yeah, Jerry Moongadzi, as far as I know, is still out there giving therapy. He's licensed in the Dallas area. That guy, kind of an unsinkable rubber duck.
Keep
situation.
hearing from Bob Larson, that's for sure, his old buddy.
Next question is, have you all had any reaction to investigations that have been politically inflammatory? I mean, I remember, who was the person up in Glendale whose husband, Melissa
Gene
Scott. Yeah, Miss
Pastor
Scott's
Melissa
followers made some weird Facebook groups that I think probably are still out there.
That's funny. This weekend, I'm giving a talk at a free conference we're doing called Skeptic Camp LA, and it's all about how the people that we investigate will kind of throw up shields to protect themselves from criticism. And I think she had the most interesting, unique flex. So she's going to be one of the major center points because I feel like she might have even herself gotten involved online and built some of these anti-Ross and Carrie websites and stuff. She kind of acted the most like we thought Scientology was going to of anybody.
Yeah, she and her followers seem obsessed, or did for a while, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, but they kept it up for years after we were done with the investigation, just like making little digs at us.
But the Raelians threatened to sue us. Rhythmia did sue us. Anyone else threatened us like that?
No. What's her face? Catherine Crick recently deleted one of my Instagram posts on her, or comments on her post.
Okay. That must have been really scary.
Yeah, it was awful. I'm still just having flashbacks. Shoot, there was another one that came to mind as I was.
Where people reacted badly.
Yeah. Just Scientology, because I mentioned them. Still, every now and then, we, like the velociraptors in Jurassic Park, will just test the perimeter fence. And it doesn't matter if I've got a full beard or if I'm with Carrie or without Carrie, they'll still recognize me. They'll recognize you. They're still trained.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there was a question for both of y'all about whether you have been following the recent Scientology activism in Los Angeles and whether you all had any thoughts on it or observations. I think, do you want me to summarize the best?
Yeah, I've seen the channel, but summarize it.
I mean, I think in short, there's a new wave of anti-Scientology protesters in Los Angeles that
very vocal,
very online on TikTok, and have been outside of places like Big Blue pretty regularly on TikTok, and most recently have been protesting outside of a LA restaurant who has ties to Scientologist Danny Masterson, and that has resulted in physical confrontation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Thoughts? I mean, I've watched some of that footage, and it does make me a little uncomfortable because it's not my style. But at the same time, part of me is like, all right, keep them on their toes. Maybe some people will be reached by having such a vocal opposition that they ask, well, wait, why am I part of this group that people are so riled up about? But of course there's ways to justify that and write it off as well. So anyways, I don't know, like part of me is sort of like, all right, yeah, go, but try to be as civil as you can about it. Part of it just makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know enough about what the protesters are articulating themselves as being against. If they're just against Scientology, period, I think that's a little too broad. I think there should be a more specific ask than that. But
I guess maybe what I'm thinking is like where the focus is, like in the moment with the person that they're talking to, I don't feel it's going to be very effective, or for any of the people standing in that area. But online, it has a different effect, and it kind of further it kind of further inoculates the public to Scientology. So, yeah, mixed feelings.
Carrie, someone asked if there was anything that you really wanted to ask Lena Moulton how that you didn't get a chance to.
Well, you didn't get to go.
Yeah.
Answer.
Yeah, I saw you right as you were walking in there.
Yeah, I mean, mostly I wanted to know about her fact check process, and that just kind of came up anyway. So I don't think so. I actually felt like that was a surprisingly satisfying and shocking conversation in a way I didn't expect. What would you ask her if you got to talk to her?
Yeah, sure. Like as you were asking that, Drew, I was thinking I had a question like while we were working on that cattle mutilation episode that I remember wanting to ask her about. Had something to do with while I was watching the movies and the content in them.
I'm curious how her like she has an adult daughter that she doesn't speak of very often, and I wonder, like in general, how her family takes her career.
Yeah. I okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I guess I would want to just sort of follow down the trail of like exploring her thoughts on the purpose of cattle mutilation. Like, hey, let's just put ourselves in the minds of the aliens right now. What do you think that they're getting out of this? Why are they only grabbing like certain isolated pieces of the cattle and other animals? Why house cats? What's that all about? You know, like I was just like to try to like see if I could get her to follow the logic down to its conclusion. And see what happens if she can kind of engage on that level.
There's so many contradictions.
So many contradictions.
So many.
And then, I think lastly, a good question, has there been any investigations that have genuinely changed your mind or perspective on the subject matter?
Yeah. The ayahuasca, I think, like having gone through that whole experience, I'm really glad for that perspective of just kind of having that firsthand knowledge of how your brain, that's you, can behave so differently when there's alternate pathways being traveled by rather than the normal activity. And you get to experience that in many different ways all the time. Like when you're in a half dream state and like like just in the middle of the night last night, like I was really freaked out about this thing, like balancing these different noises and figuring out where they came from. And then realizing later, like none of that was real. I was totally like worried about this thing for 20 minutes. That was
a dream.
Yeah. I can't even state now. So our brains do weird things, and it just gave me this really cool insight into what they're capable of. And I kind of, recommend that most people try that.
The one I always think of is laughter yoga. Not yoga. I thought it was. But I think maybe I didn't picture it ahead of time well enough, but I didn't believe that I was going to start cracking up sincerely. I thought like everyone's going to get in there and kind of fakely going, and we're going to have to do that for an hour.
Which is awkward.
They start doing that, but then eventually that becomes funny. And
the
you start
situation
laughing.
itself, yeah.
And then if you physically laugh long enough and then you start sincerely laughing, it becomes joyful. It's just unavoidable. It's like this little funny little hack into your joy system. And I have to admit, it worked.
You hear those studies where like if you just force a smile, it will still like start the neurotransmitters flowing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those weird kind of arrow of causality is not quite as secure as we thought.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the questions I had.
Hey, well, thank you. And thanks for all the insightful questions,
Can
everybody.
I just plug the business?
Do it.
You probably have heard about this before, but this is our production studio in Los Angeles. We have production capabilities of all kinds, rentals, and if you want to check out our work on live stream right now, in the upcoming weeks, we have shows at the Elysian. So if you check out Elysian Theaters, we have upcoming shows, including the Max Fun finale and Jordan Jesse Go. Jordan Jesse Go. Both of those live streams will be free. You just have to RSVP through the Elysian website. Carrie will be in Jordan Jesse Go, and will you guys both be in the
finale? Oh yeah, and we need to talk about that too.
Yeah. So more Ross and Carrie Carrie and our productions coming up. And then we're doing live streams with people such as Lily Sullivan, Mae Martin, the cast and crew of Dropout TV, Paul Rust, Neil Campbell. You can watch the most recent Varietopia with Paul F. Tompkins that's still on demand through this weekend, and we'll be streaming his live shows throughout the year. We stream an improv show called Holy Shit at UCB. We have partners with a really funny improv group on Twitch called Everything Now Show, where we're going to be streaming live from our studio this Saturday. We're pretty much 12 to 15 nights a week. We're doing live streams of nights a week, month. I'm just making up new days, but yeah, check all those out. And if you are interested in services like this in Los Angeles, let us know.
Yeah, they sound busy, but they can help you with your project too. What is this?
Holding up the QR code.
Oh, you have a oh.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Oh no, it's too late. It's gonna take forever for me to readjust my pointing. Let's see, wait. Okay, no. This one should be lower. This one should be higher. There we go. Okay.
Am I doing it? Am I? Okay, good.
I don't even know what this QR code's to. Oh, it's probably to.
It's to donate.
Oh, hey, yeah. Well, all right.
Oh, here's my broken arm, everybody.
Yeah, look what you can do.
Look at this.
Ah.
Look at this.
See, you don't get that when you're listening to our show just normally. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for coming to this live stream, and thank you for putting it on.
Of course.
Everybody at this fine establishment. And yeah, we'll be in the Max Fun finale show. So yeah, let's do this. Let's get to all these lofty goals and have a wonderful, wonderful year of podcasting and all kinds of amazing adventures.
And last thing, I'm gonna give you an update on the numbers before we close out.
And Carrie member.
Ross member. We are at 759.
759. Hey, that's 100 over where we started.
That's amazing.
Y'all
that's
are
amazing.
awesome.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you to all of our amazing supporters and listeners. We love you.
Yeah, but in a normal way.
Nope, not normal. Nothing normal about it.
12 to 15.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right, let's get out of here.
Okay.
All right.
You guys.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Have a Max Fun Drive.
Have a Max Fun Drive. Yay.
Oh, okay.
You can just go to the pre-roll. There should be pre-show. We're still on it.
I saw someone say.
Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes each one she passes goes when she walks she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes each one she passes goes but he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes he smiles, but she doesn't see. gladly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Long and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. And when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. She just doesn't see.